Let's see what this audio is like. Yep, that's okay. Oh, hi Suburban Werewolf. Good evening to you. Not too bad, not too bad. And you, how have you been? I've been doing a bit on this for the past couple of hours. Working out the wall situation. I think I've come up with a system. So, how was your day, Wolf? Quite well, thank you. Nice. No, not much for me today. Yeah, just watch a little bit of TV and, you know, spend time with my pets. I brought them for walks and stuff like that. And they're all tired out now. Hello, Rex. You good little doggo. You are. And this is the unbreakable wall. This is ground. Actually, this ground. There's a way of kind of making it into a defensive barrier. Took a good while to work it out, get it in neatly. I think I've worked it out. Yeah, I just gotta nip off the edges in a moment. I think that's it. Go up with that. Rain finished me. That'll all have to be repaired again. Come on. Oh, we could do a bit of digging in the rain, that wouldn't make a difference. It's just I gotta see this properly before I can... Oh, where's my arrows? Those deers have been hanging around there way too long. Let's see what I did with my arrows. I'll have to organise these a little better, but this is very early in the build. Oh, I don't even have a bow. There's a bow and arrows. We'll leave them for a while. Yeah, we'll leave them for a little bit. They haven't bothered me so far. There, we'll do a little bit of digging. So we don't waste our time. We should be safe enough in here once it's done. But this is a pretty big job getting this junk out. Of course we have a home invader. We'll be dealing with a lot of those as well, look, on this. Quite a few. It's a pity when you don't change the ground level that he stops spawning. Now, okay, this is not the easiest. It's very hard to keep the ground reasonably level, so that's a job in itself after that. It should. Problem is, by the time the rain stops, it's late evening and it's too dark. Now you see, way too dark. And the fog is coming in. Hi, Young. How are you? Yeah, rain. I got a small start on our defences, Young. I'll be going with something like that. And I'll just probably top it off with something I can shoot from. You know, like an old castle. But it started raining. I've started excavating this as well, let's say, for when the dock is going in. Decided to keep the rocks, so just, you know, mind around, and I'll get that bit out later so we get this, you know, water going straight up. I do need to, yeah, I tried to fix the corner, so I decided to come down instead from that. And will have to be chipped again. Yeah. I think I've got that syndrome. I think I definitely have. My leg muscles mostly, to be honest. I always feel like I've walked like 20 kilometers. I don't even have to do anything to feel that way. But then, you see, sciatica can, you know, can do that. You've all got all these pains. You know, the pressure on the spinal cord, all false signals and all that junk. Oh, it's always with me, especially in my left leg. Muscles on the back of my leg, no, not the calf ones, I forget what they're called. The other ones, the large ones. Even now, as we speak. A little bit like a mild cramp, isn't it? Muscle cramp. But it gets annoying, to be honest. Did you ever get that one where it's usually my left arm, my hand, just jumps for no reason? Yeah, you know, like you're getting your reflexes tested? Yeah. Although, thankfully that hasn't happened in a long time. I would say I would average maybe about 3-4 times a year it happens. So far. Really, the shoulder. No, it's my entire arm. Literally just jumps up. I don't know how many times I've spilled liquids because of it or let stuff drop from my hand. Rarely happens in my leg. Yeah, it's not a good sign when you see it. But uncontrollable movements like that, when you're awake, it's different when you're in kind of, you know, semi-sleep. You get that, what do they call that? You know, when you're drifting off, you get that kind of jump, especially in your legs. Myconic jerk. Yeah, that's what they call it. Yeah. But when you're awake, it's a different story. Yeah. That's a sure sign of some kind of spinal damage. No. But it used to be really bad, but now, you know, just now and again. It's not much fun when you're drinking soda. You splash it all over your face. Unbelievable timing with it sometimes. There's only one cure for it, young whiskey. And lots of it. That gets rid of it right quick. Now. Oh yeah, we're digging. I haven't got enough light to do that properly. I might try and cover it over in a minute once we get a bit of light. Here, let's work on this for a moment then. It's not great doing this at night. Or in the dark, I should say. When you dig down a bit too much, I don't know if you could almost make more work for yourself. Yeah, it's a lot to move, isn't it? It's a lot to move. Although, I've gotten a good bit done. The entire quarry area. I even had to cut it back a bit here. I'll slope this down later and grass it. Oh my. Okay, we almost have enough light. Let's have a little bit of this for a moment and just level some of this. I'm hoping that the hole will get the really low places. If I had a little bit better eyesight, I might be able to I'll get this a bit smoother with the pick. Not in this light. Green light is not helping either. Okay, let's do a little bit. Bit of stamina wouldn't hurt. I'm looking a little high or low there. Low. I'll get that one in a moment. Yeah, it's not too bad. It's moving along. There's a few low spots. Right there. Ah, of course, no workbench. Okay. I don't know why you need a workbench for this, but you don't need it for leveling, but you do for raising the ground for some reason. Ah. Somebody must have taken that one out. Yep. Okay. That should be close enough, is it? Yeah. There. That should work. Not bad. There's a big... Well, it's not exactly a hollow that has to go. There. Once I get this down far enough, I'll blend this back down, we'll grass it over. You know, that's more of a decorating thing. Yeah, we've got a good bit of light now, hang on. I just don't like the way that looks there. There, that's the one. You can tell by their darkness, really. There's a bit of a gap. Yeah, let's have a look at this. What it is, good. Oh, hi, hi, Jacaranda. How are you? And what have you been up to? Yeah, this is gonna be a biggie. That's gonna go down, way down there. Maybe about the same distance again, maybe even about twice that distance. Yeah. We'll measure it in a second. We'll see how big this guy is. We don't want to make it too big. Now this should definitely work. I don't expect any spawns because we've done the ground, but we'll see. Never had them in the other one. Working from home today. Nice. How's your progress? How's your progress been this week? Pretty good. Pretty good, yeah. But if you're referring to this game, I started a new seed yesterday. It took me 5 hours to find this place. To about 10 seeds. And I needed an area that was quite big. But yeah, I needed it no more than maybe 4 meters above sea level. That took a long time. There's nothing else going for this place really. You know what I mean? And there's no great scenery, and I did need it beside the sea. So beside the sea, and look, you see where I've done that? All the way around looking for that spot. I did 7, well, I did probably 9 other ones just like this and couldn't find a spot. This one barely made the cut, but I have to move a lot of junk. I don't mind this as long as I can keep it level, because I'm not relying on trenches now. I'm going with the old ground wall, and I'll cut it inside with stone. And then I'll run over with the cultivator and it'll look really natural. And I'm just working on this one as well. It should be okay. I don't even think a troll could reach that. I think we'll be safe. Just need to neaten it up and chip it off and grass this. Do a good bit on that. Oh, sugar. There should have been some stone in there. Is that stone? No. That's funny. I thought I dropped some stone in here. Huh. I thought stuff didn't despawn in this. Apparently it does. No. I just killed the first guy. The stag. But that was on a different seed. I'll have to kill him again, but it'll be quite easy now. Just walk in and kill him. You know, he won't do me much damage. Not with a bronze axe. But I did bring my stuff. I thought, you know, after spending so much time on the other seed, I wasn't going to grind over again. So it's more of a relocation. Just wasn't happy with the build site, or any build site on that seed. And it had to be in the meadows. You know what I mean? It had to be in the meadows. So let's have a look at this. I'll quickly look and see what I want to do with this. The sizing is a little bit out from the 4 meters. It's more like 5. So because I had to guess the pieces. Well, the starting piece on this. I'll fix this as well in a moment. It's been damaged by rain. So and this is exactly too wide. So too wide. Let me see. A corner piece here. So probably in 2s, guys. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Let's see if I can get this in 2s. Let's see if we can get some kind of design or something into it. Just till I get a roof on this small piece so it won't be damaged. Okay, that's from there. So 1.5. Well, from here at least. What's that? 1, 2. It's not going from there to there. It's going most likely from there. Now let's have a quick look at this one. Oh, this has got a piece in already. Nice. Now we need 2 more. And then I was thinking maybe... Oh, we can't use that, can we? And that's a bit stupid. Nah, we can't even see out because of that. Well, I don't know if I can go like this, to be honest. I don't want the 445, do I? Let's just get a piece in, we'll see. Maybe that more like the 26, I'd say, on this. I'm not sure if this would work, you know, putting it that way. It's kind of changing what I want to do with it. Okay, we need some wood. We'll go down and get some. Let's see if we can work out what kind of design we want in the roof. Well, the classic thing to be would be, you know, just go straight across. And I think that'd be, well, it'd have to be 1.5 then. This might be a little bit on the big side then. I suppose you could do the old, yeah, maybe. Pull the other one then back from the other side. That would make it very silly, I'd say. It would all depend on how many Ds we get in, wouldn't it? Well, let's get some wood anyway and we'll see. We'll decide what it looks like when it goes up. Just enough to keep that stupid thing dry. And then we'll move back to what we're doing here. Oh, I don't necessarily want to use core wood up here because we won't be able to hide the edges. You know, not with a thatch roof. So, what have you been up to today, Jacaranda? Oh, hi Targ. How have you been? I've come to inspect work. What was that form we used to have to get? My God. That safety form. What was it again, Targ? Yeah, on the building site. Although it's probably all changed now. You probably don't even have to need one, a safety pass, do you? I love Fridays as my work from home day so I can watch you build. Oh, cool. While tapping away on my emails. Friday is a nice day. It's a nice day if you finish up your work, which the vast majority of people do on a Friday, until Monday morning and start the whole thing over again. What is it, that Friday feeling? Friday feeling. Yeah, a couple of pieces and later we'll go with a classic. But this is 2 pieces now, so I'd say that would be okay. Let's use one of these. I've always liked the 26, to be honest, to keep a low profile. Yeah, we'll just use these for a moment. spaces of 2. Hmm. Of course we'd have problems here. We could change the direction. Yeah, I could see it work. What about spaces of... Well, I won't do a 4. I'll definitely do a 3. How far can we push this anyway? Nah, a 2. 2. Yeah, it's only gonna do a 2. Let's do a little bit of this and I can change these. It's just for support. So I can get these in a little bit easier. I was thinking about doing a 3, but it worked all wrong. And then I decided to go with a kind of castle look on that. Okay, let's just... you know what? I might be able to get away with the core wood. But it's the edges. That's the killer. They really, really look horrible on the edges and there's no way of covering it. Still have to submit and display it. Really? The work is expected to take more than a certain amount of man hours, although it can be submitted online now. Ah. Yeah, they really make things complicated, don't they? About... oh... yeah, well, about 3 decades ago. A friend of mine had a friend that was stuck for someone to give him a hand on the building site. I usually wouldn't do it, especially at that age, because I knew what it was like. You know, they really abused their workers. But as a personal favour to him, to help out his friend, I said I'd do it for 3 weeks. Oh yeah. Yeah, and they really stuck it. You know, they really stuck it to me. They had a forklift. I don't know if they were just stupid or if it was sheer malice. They had a forklift and all they had to do was put a pallet on it and lift the bricks up to 2 stories and you could take the bricks. But no. They left the bricks here and they got me to hod every single brick. I would have to walk from here maybe to down there, climb a ladder 2 stories with one hand while I was using a hod pail on my shoulder, lifting up the bricks that way. Great work, that. Well, they were paying me for nothing, to be honest, in that case, because, you know, you could lift up the bricks on the forklift, which wasn't being used. I think it was stupidity. I was not amused. And then when I came to the end of the week, they tried to skim from the wages. Typical. But this was in the town of Northampton, in Northamptonshire. So I told him to keep it and where he could stick it. And then he had the cheek of complaining to my friend. Obviously giving him a different story on until I told my friend the story. But the red flag came up really when I was there a few days and they started talking about paramilitary organisations. You know, as if I was some... You know, just because I was from the same country that I was somehow kind of responsible or something. And they were nasty, nasty racists. I can spot them coming a mile away now. The same friend, he passed away. Oh my. Oh, about 12 years ago. Liver failure. He was a hard drinker as well. But I had him on dialysis at home. And somebody found him. He passed away. He unplugged the dialysis. He was always a hard drinker, you know, from the age of maybe 17, 18. There's only so long you can do that, you know. Now, okay, we go this way. So, if we're going in twos, well, definitely twos. Is it possible to hide a core? My problem is the height here. You know, one slip and I'm dead. Let's see. I have a ladder here. I just need a little bit more light. We'll grab some core wood. Oh, I'm gonna have to... it was really a mistake digging this out so soon. Now I have to do this junk. Newcastle, yeah. Didn't have much to do on the Newcastle area. I could never understand that mindset. You know, it's not even original sin. You know, it's like if someone from your town committed a murder and they grabbed you by the scruff of the neck and sent you to prison. Someone you didn't even know. Well, it's even worse actually. It's someone from your country, you know. Oh, I don't know. It was only used as a pretext, really, isn't it? That kind of thing, isn't it? It's deep. It's deep. Deep-rooted. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I know the history of that. Intolerance. A beautiful trait. It makes for a good history lesson. Every unmitigated disaster, if you look back through history, there's always one, or a lot, of mindless, intolerant bigots. If you don't believe the same as they do, or if you don't look the same as they do, you're a threat. And in the absence of the obvious of skin colour or nationality, in the absence of that, they'll pick on one of their own countrymen. It probably, you know, could be for anything. It's just a thing they have to do. It reminds me of school kids, you know. I used to have 19 and 20-year-olds from London making the same comments to me in university. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know what to say about education, don't you, Tag? It's a poor substitute for intelligence. You know? Trust me, it is. But it's nice to have both. Education and intelligence. But education is the thing that remains when you've forgotten everything else, I suppose. It's no more than a doorway. It's just a doorway to open your mind. The rest is up to you. A little push in the right direction. It can be, yeah. But I mean just the common sense stuff. Like, don't be a hater. There's no future in it. You know, that kind of stuff. But true intelligence always stems from doubt. I'm always wary of the person, even if they know they're right, to be 100% behind it. There's always a possibility of being wrong, no matter how small it is. And only through those things we learn. I know, like, yeah, it can be, I suppose, subjective. Like that, did you ever hear that saying, young? In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. That brought back an ugly memory. I'm not sure if I can hide the core wood. Or even what way it would kind of look, but that's... I want to see it would hide the edges at least. We could use the dragony guys, I suppose. Well, these are the ones that we really need to hide here. Nah, we're never gonna hide those. Oh, what about we go across on the bottom? No, that's why I've never used those, the way they flip. Nah, I go with my old stuff. That's why I've never liked these for doing this. They're not worth the hassle. I always have those ugly, ugly edges. Ah well, we give it a try. We go the old way. Well, his friend has been hanging out here a lot. At least he's giving me company, huh? Speaking of company, I'm gonna have to go get one of those wolves. Be nice to have something moving around the settlement. Now, let's see if I can get these back in. Oh, Croc. Croc, Croc, Croc. There. Right, we're back on track then. Right, let's go with this way. I don't know whether to try a tree in this. We'll open it up in a moment. Once I figure out the design I want, then we can do it quickly. Just thought I'd use this bit of good weather to have a look. Now, we can double over the end pieces. Well, that's going to be a corner piece. So... oh, I see. This is going to be a problem, guys. This is going to be a serious problem. Yeah, this will only work on trees, never in twos. Only if you're going on a straight. You're doing a corner. This is going to be a massive problem. A tree will really come back way, way, way too far. Back to here. Aha. Okay. There's gotta be a way to do this. Okay, let's put the piece in anyway here. And then we'll see. I can't see this working. It has to be tree to get those corner pieces in. We can leave this for a moment anyway. We have tons and tons of things to do here. I'll have to look at this after. I might have to change this whole thing. And even that, I'm not really too fond of doing something like that because the straw thing gets a bit iffy. Yeah, you could go out like that, but what could one that be? See what I mean? Well, you're talking about moving the walls then, guys. You're literally talking about moving the walls. But I haven't got a ton of the walls in. We moved this tree and I always knew I'd have to replace the walls. To be honest. You can guess all you want, but... which would leave the next two walls. We'd want to measure them exactly. The earthen walls. Okay, we'll leave that for a while. Let's get back to our other stuff. It'll have to be 3 pieces. And we can set them from this wall here. Yeah, worth a try. Live and learn. Make it kind of wide. Yeah, it was a bit stingy anyway. On 2, wasn't it? I wonder could I manage that on the outside? Probably not. It wouldn't support it anyway. It's not great stuff for getting supported. The hafting on the outside is okay. I haven't got an issue with that one. Yeah. That'll do anyway as our base. Okay. I don't know. Will we give this a shot, guys? Did you put down... what's a DPC? What's that one? If we're going to do this, now is the time. Now is the time to get this in. I'd much prefer, to be honest, to go with the brickwork out here, but that, oh my, that was a nightmare. Let's see. We have it in place now, but I don't think it would work. Well, this might work out for the better anyway. It'll be a wide walkway. So you're talking about snagging it onto that piece there. Not so sure about this one. Oh, it's not gonna hit it. You'd have to glitch it through. I'll bring that off the edge, guys. If I bring it off the edge, I'll get a perfect measurement. And then we'll see if it glitches through. This is me on my little learning curve. Once we get a system for these, we should be okay. We'll get them in pretty quickly. Now, let's see. Is this even possible? You see what I'm trying to do here? We would definitely have to snap on this. Oh, sugar. No stone. Oh, come on. Why did I dig that out? Wasn't one of my best plans. I thought it was finished down this end. Yeah, I definitely needed to snap. Oh, I know how I managed this. Yeah, I could use this as a measurement. Right, I think I got it. I used the wall to help it along. Oh, it's going down quite a bit, isn't it? Yeah, right from there, from the top of the floor. Let's see. This might actually work. This just might actually work. Yeah, but that's not what I want. I want that stupid thing to... Stone cutter none. There. That's not bad, but I don't think it's enough on that, is it, to actually stay? But either way, that's where it would have to be. Okay, take out the two guys and see if that's enough to hold it. Well, what color is it anyway? Is it blue? My god, it's blue. That is about as strong as it will ever get. Now the moment of truth. As it glitched in enough, it will have to be there anyway. Oh yeah. This would be perfect. I can bring my walls out from this. Oh, nice. This will be absolutely perfect. We can get a nice design on this. That was the only thing that was stopping me. I know I have to move the walls on the inside, but that is perfect. There, I learned something new. You can glitch just a small bit into the wall. It works. Damper, of course. Oh, yeah. Do you remember the old ones they used to do, Targ? Just those little black plastic rolls. Yeah. Pretty flimsy, weren't they? No problem, Targ. And hi, Eva. How are you? I hope you've been well. Yeah, it actually holds, guys. And it's actually... No, top strength. Blue. Treating this like it was ground level. You know... A guy could actually build pretty high doing this. Okay, that's gone. We need to sleep anyway. Okay, this will be perfect. I think this will be absolutely perfect. Don't know why I didn't think of it before. That'll be exactly the way we want it. Now, I'll give it a little bit of definition outside. Yeah, it's just at the right level to hide. You see, the 8 meters near the ocean took it down to about 7. So I had to hide it with that, but that works on the same level, so... I think we got away with it. Ah, that's almost one problem solved. And we get a little something up there in the corner. And then we get back to our other stuff. Damper, of course. Now, let me get something to drink. What's the humidity like where you are? I can't get on this, it just says 6 degrees, mostly cloudy. I'll have to get back into there and get one of my kids when they come around to see if they can push it back on that laptop. What type of insulation is going into the cavity wall? Remember the old stuff they used? It's banned now because of the fiberglass. They use some kind of sheep stuff now, I think, to make it. My God, when it gets wet, it stinks. But I remember doing a few attics with that, and it was like thorns going into your skin. My God, I was breathing in that, and it was, oh my, 14%. I wonder what it is here. Here, just give me a moment, I'll check my phone. Humidity in County Tipperary. Humidity. What is it here? It's my glasses. God, this is so small. Clear precipitation. 80%, guys. Humidity is 80%. Which I know it's off, it's more like 90. 80%. Cruel, isn't it? Might as well be in the Amazonian jungle. 80. Yep. And that's not the worst of it. I was often streaming here around the winter time, and not joking, 94, 96. 80%, according to Google. That's what you get, you see. Lots of rain, small island. Oh yeah, we're doing this. What's the... Okay, let's get rid of the wood. We won't be using that for a while. There. Okay, the walls will have to go, unfortunately, as well, but we'll worry about that when the time comes. I'll have to be moved a little bit to snap onto this. I think we have it. In future, I know we'll just get that one piece in and measure it up and then slot back with our 3 pieces. It doesn't matter about me taking the odd brick out either. They'll all have to go anyway. This is the one we need here. Oh, beautiful. Yeah. This is the way to do it. I didn't realise that it's treating this, well obviously it is a ground piece. Now I'll have to do the other one from a ladder, I'd say, but... I think we're good. This will make a big difference as well to the outside. I've got little arch things. I'm gonna have a... Oh! Nice. Little fishy. Now, you see where it dropped, you know, because of the height restriction on the side. That was the whole reason for that downward slope thing on that. Now, this should work. And it should be blue as well. Better be. Ah, crocky, croc. Ah, small problem. Small problem here. Yeah, see? Here, we do it this way. More than one way to skin a cat. We want to be getting both in around the same way, you know what I mean? So, let's say we do that. Now, this is going to be a little learning experience here now. Ah, I see. Okay. So that one there would need to go down a good bit. You need to go down about there. Let's put you there for a moment. Ah. That could be a bit of an issue, alright. How could I manage this? We need this for our measurement anyway. You know, our height level. What was that? Boars. Oh, we're getting attacked, guys. Nah. Okay. We're getting attacked. Hey, now. Did someone order a pizza? Yeah, I think someone ordered a pizza. Give me a chance to clean this up anyway. What's that down there? Here, I'm here. That it? That the end of it? We've run out of hogs. I think we have. No, we have not. That's that. Now, let's see if we can deal with this little problem we have here. So, it shouldn't be the hardest thing to do. I've got to guess. See, it's gotta slip in about that much. So we're talking about that much there. I'll just leave it there so we can see it. You see that much there? So that would have to come back a decent amount, wouldn't it? Okay, we get that one out again. And then what we do is, once we measure to there, and then we pull back. Not that easy, is it? Sugar. Okay, we'll be doing a bit of guessing, then that's it. I'd say, oh, that's no good. How am I going to manage this? Okay, we'll put a half one on this. Let's give us some kind of, yeah, that's what we need. Now. I don't know how I'm going to manage this now. I need to be higher to see this stupid thing. Oh, hold it. I have a plan. And I hope it doesn't snap to it. Hold it for just one moment. There. That might give us what we need. Not really. Well, at least it's stopping it from going over the edge, so yeah, this would work. Let's try that one. Not bad. Yeah, maybe a fraction more, guys. Just a tiny bit more. Just a tiny bit more. That's a pity. Probably more in line with that. See that broken piece? Right. About there, I'd say. We go back a bit more just in case. Okay, let's say there. I think this would work. Too far. Still too far. Am I going stupid or is that thing looking a bit off? Okay, just see. I need to get this. This has got to be spot on because everything is going to be lined up from that piece. Let's check that one. Yeah, there we go. That's it. I'm happy with that one. That should work it. Close enough to its original. I maybe brought it down a tad, but you know, as long as the guys floor over properly on the inside, I'm good with that. Let's see. Let's have a look. We see if we got that right. That's the only thing we'll have to mess with. The rest will all snap in for the entire settlement. It's just that corner piece we walked from. Let's see if it will be a success. Well, it won't make a difference as long as the middle piece hasn't come true. It's a success. I'll tell you what we can do with this, guys. We can do a little kind of what we did before on it. A kind of castle thing. We'll be coming right out to here, maybe. Maybe just put the wood trim. Wood trim would work as well. That's it. I think we worked it out. Yeah, we worked it out. Now, I could even put another one on that. We give it that. I think we will. You know, we give it that kind of castle look. Yeah, so we'll leave that open. Perfect. That would work. Now, see the difference for the way it snapped? Kind of halfway in on both. Yeah, I'll do a little bit on this. It just got me really interested now. Don't. It doesn't matter, I can get it from here anyway. Better anyway. No, I knew it did better up there. Stupid. Yeah. I don't think I can do it here from this, can I? Ah. Perfect. Nice. Right, we'll have no more trouble with that. And we'll be able to do something reasonable on this. I want to experiment with these little guys after a while. You see these? Yeah, we won't be able to push them that way, but... And I really don't want to do them. Nah, they're for a full block. Maybe inside, yeah, with some wood. That would work, but definitely not here outside. We'll hit that, once we're finished here, we'll hit it with a cultivator to get that look. I don't like that look. I like this kind of look here, this kind of natural thing. Yeah. Right, we'll leave our scaffolding up, we'll get some rest, and we'll just do that tiny corner. We'll see what it looks like. And I'll take this out when the dock is going in. It's just a long time away. Once we know what we need. Happy 420. Oh, hi Crushed Out. How are you? Been well, I hope. Now, this is the biggie. So I'll get up here, we'll push tree out. I don't want to use stone, I want to use a lot of wood anyway. Drop the wall and then we'll replace it where it should be. I probably got a little bit on the side. We could do 2 pieces now. I wonder, could we get away with 1 piece? Nah. Well, worth a try. You know, you kind of have that narrow walkway. Definitely worth a try. Let's see. Let's have a little look at this. Not being helpful, is it? Ah, I see. There will be something like that. And we want that to snap on the side. Which is not gonna do, is it? Nah. I could go up 1 piece, but... Okay, let's just get this in. Now we'll have to get that from down here. And that's the way we're going, so it looks pretty decent. It's just the middle part. I don't want to do it with stone, to be honest. Well, I might not have a choice. Let me drop that wall on the other side. This is going to be a bit messy for a moment till we get this over and done with. I think I'll just take the bottom ones here and let it collapse. Oh, it's not collapsing, is it? Let's clear all this rubbish out of the way. That's the best way to approach this, I think. a new snap point. You can imagine the mountain of stone we'll need to finish this guy. I know we have nothing here close to it. I might have some more back at the base, but we're eventually gonna have to source a lot of stone. We could do some nice foundations for the buildings in here in stone as well. Oh, the thing from the other side fell. Yeah, it must have been supported by that. Well. Now, we're trying to get it onto this guy, aren't we? We put one of those things on there. Yeah, we'll have to do something different then. Okay, there's some steps here. Yeah. I don't think we'll be able to get up with those, will we? I'm a bit fragile. How are we getting back? Oh, okay, let's have a look at the ladders. Oh my god. Okay, we're getting back the hard way. Yeah, that would do. We use these guys, I suppose. That's enough. Oh, nice one. Kill yourself. Why not? You even gotta use food when you're building. Now, let's see. I am trying to snap onto this guy here. So, what about this? Now, would that kind of help a snap, would it? Well, it's the inside one we want to snap, so we'll see if we can do it like this. Well, we'll have to be, you know, if we're keeping right with the brickwork. It'll be glitched in halfway again, or else we'll have to come out a full one, you know. Be honest, it's looking like a full one. We'll find out now. Ah, I see. Well, my money's on the full one. Yeah, it's gonna have to be, or else we'll have to clean this from the other side. Ain't happening. I'd say we'd be going from this one here. See if we can ever get this stupid thing snapped. we might literally have to do the same thing we did the last time. There's one there. And that I can't see work. Not a chance. Not a chance. Okay. I'll use the concrete to get me out. The slabs, but we'll have to be coming out quite a distance to allow, you know, for the walls on the other side. We're talking 2 at least. Yeah, it's gonna make it a... well, we'll probably need it anyway. Right. We'll use these for the time being. Oh, they won't go. Wood it is. We're talking about 3, like I told. That's gonna be a pretty wide walkway. But 2 is not gonna cut it anyway. Even 1. No, it would have to be 3. Okay. I think it's a bit much, but... yeah, okay, we snap on the top, guys. We'd snap on the top. So it's more like 2 from the center now. That's a bit more manageable. Oh, sugar. Okay. It's gonna be a right tick wall, you know that? Well, I think when a troll hits at that wall, I've seen it happen with some of the pens. You can do damage a little bit further in. Now, I think this would work. Okay, see if we get the other piece in. Let me get it from here. Oh, wrong way around. Two would be ideal, to be honest, but you know, we're not gonna do the roofing system on 2 pieces. Not when you're going with a corner piece. So it would have to be 3. But then when we put the walls in, it won't be so bad, you know? It won't look so bad. I think this would work. I think we could get this to work. I need to figure it out before we move along, you know. I know it's going to be a wide one. Salted there. That's why we need a massive settlement too, you know that? We definitely need a massive settlement. Now I'll have to snap the walls on this side and bring them down. Now, where's the... yeah, we've got the stone. Let's see which way this is moving, so we'll kind of get that staggered. Yeah, and what I'll do is I'll put that little trim going around the side as well. So half one. Well, I won't go in a second, we'll go to half one. Half one on the edge. Well, we'll get this in first and then we'll see what it looks like. Aye, okay, we need repairs. Ah, stupid. Yeah, it would have to be this wide for a roofing system. It's just a bit more room anyway. You wouldn't even realise how wide the walls are until you get up there. Best thing about using this rock wall face is that you can always cover it up and still make it look like something nice on the entrance. Yeah, exactly. Although you'd have to leave it as is outside, you know, because of the damage and the fixing. But, you know, with a hit with a cultivator brad, and it would look like, you know, like the old battered rocks outside. I wouldn't like this look, to be honest. It's just cut look. But I wanted to work this one out first. You see, I want to put a roofing system like the old battlements. And I won't be able to do corner pieces unless I go 3 with a centerpiece. So that's why it's that wide. And there's no piece designed, let's say, for a single kind of 2 meter corner piece. That would work. I think this works alright. And how have you been, Brad? I'm sorry I didn't notice you there. I would just definitely need a full row, guys, on this. Okay, so be it. And then the other one, let's get this piece in. And then I'll go for that. Where's that stupid dragon? I need fine wood. I've always hated the way the corners look. Well, let's see if I can get that dragon guy in here on the corners. I doubt it. Maybe if I get down on the other side, I want to get him in nice and tight. I need fine wood. Sugar. Okay, we've got some fine wood. I'm not sure if I can snap him in, but it will cover up that corner nicely. Or to try. Or to try. Oh, hi Smokey. And how have you been? Ay, 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 ay. Okay. No, I'll have to drop it down further. That might do. Get it out to there. Yeah, that's the best. I was hoping to get it in a bit more. What if I use a half piece on this and see if it would... the problem with this when I scrap this now, it's all over. Oh, there it is. Let's try with a half piece and see if I can snap it in a bit further. Are you stupid? Ah! Hit the wrong button and stupid darkness. Here, let me sleep. I'll have to replace that stupid brick. I've been great. Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, not too bad. Although the humidity here is murdering me. Now let me get some more, something to... there's the rain. Something about me and building in this game. Always rains. Although, to be honest, when I was working outside in real life, it wasn't much better. Nice and sunny while I was indoors, and the second I stepped out, the heavens opened up. So, how's your day been, Smokey? Mine was pretty boring. But boring is good, quite. Peaceful. Yeah, that dragon, I wanted to get him to kind of come in a little bit more and see if we cover him up with the brickwork. Just want to see what I can do with these pieces. See, I'd want to be beneath it to get that guy in. That's a pity. I didn't really want to do this. There. No problem repairing. It's just the running around and stuff. Now, let's see. I had a kind of silly plan here that might work with this. Seeing as it's snapping to the edge, we could get it in another meter. But it'll be off-center then. The meter would have to be there. Yeah, that might work. Yeah, it works. Nice. Now let's see about the brickwork. I wonder if we could get away with this now. Hang on. Scrap that. And we see what it looks from the outside. And we see if we can get this one back in. Good man yourself. That one. And now we go with this. Is it enough to hide the edges? And this one here. Let's have a quick gander. And we see if this works. Ah, something really brutal about that, isn't it? Could never hide that stupid corner. You'd have to drop down a tad. Such a shame. It was good. Nice. Had today off work. Oh, cool. Played some Valheim with friends. Nice this morning, and took down the fort boss. Ah, cool. There's like what 5 or 6 or something. I think 6 with Mistlands, is there? No. Yeah, it would come out a lot. It would work, but you see what I'm trying to do? I'd have to drop it down another meter. Would be awesome if it didn't stick out so much, you know? I'm not sure there's a way around this now because of the wall. Well, we can try. I actually might have a plan here. Oh, you see, now we're gonna have to go get junk. Yeah, thanks for the fish. Oh my good God, what's that? Let's find one. We'll get this other fine wood here. We'll collect all the junk in a moment. I want to spend a little bit of time on this and see if I can get that. 6, yeah, with the Mistland thing. Okay. Just want to spend a little time on this and see if I can work it out. I definitely want a snap point. I think if I went a quarter back and we brought a post down, half one. There, and then there. I don't think that would work, but we'll see. Oh, that's nice. Once the other post goes in, that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. That's exactly what I want. Now, let's see, will these bricks go back? Oh yeah, that's the one, guys. There we go. Now doesn't that look a lot better? And you know what I'm tempted to do now? I'm tempted to go with another one, but that would leave the space again open on the bottom. But I'll give it a shot and we'll see. Oh, hi Zachary. And how have you been? We don't really need the bottom one, but let's just say we went for the bottom one. I know this is a waste of time, but I'll just give it a quick look. You see, it would have the same little problem. It's a pity there's not a little corner piece for this. Oh, hang on. No, it'll still leave. It'll still leave that. Yeah, you see that piece there? It'll still leave it. What if we went something really silly? Would it glitch in enough? Nah. You know, I'd have to... I wouldn't mind using it if I could get it up enough, but... You know, you'd have to glitch it onto that guy. Nah, not a hope. No way of hiding that. So we'll go with our original pan. There. There we go, we got it in a brick. Nice. Oh, so what have you been up to today, Zachary? Oh, and hi, Tiger. And thanks for that raid. Appreciate it and welcome, raiders. And how have you been, Tiger? I'm working out the building pieces in this. It's really fun. You know, figuring out what I can do with them. The more I learn, you know, the more I can do, let's say, when I'm building. It's a process I went through in Fallout 4. It's really fun. Although Fallout 4 is a lot more simple. Straightforward. In the sense that there's less you can do, so, you know, there's less to find out. So, what have you been up to, Tiger? And what were you streaming? Been awesome. Nice. Oh, Sea of Thieves. Oh, cool. Arr. Being a pirate. How's your journey? Pretty good. Pretty good. The stone was a changer for me. I really needed it. But I decided to try my hand at this earthen wall thing. Kinda sounds good. A lot to learn. Here, I've got to keep drinking this stupid thing. Doctor's orders. Won't be a moment. Yeah, well, that would work. There's a half a chance of using the core wood as well. On this. Cannons galore. Had to take out revenge on some sea dogs. Oh, pretty good, pretty good. I hope you're well also, Tiger. I used to play a pirate game called Black Flag. That was pretty fun. Right, we've figured out the side piece. I think that looks pretty decent. It's a pity they don't have that little corner piece. It wouldn't take much. It would be like, what would it be exactly? 1/4 meter by 1/4 meter square. Just a little plug piece. Surprised I left it out. Now, okay. We have a plan, guys. We have a plan. Yeah, I like it. Now, and I'll show you what I mean with the cultivator. You see this just cut rock? Yeah, I don't really like it. You see it there? You'll see it down here. I'll do a test on this one and I'll show you. Tell me what you think. Let's see, where is that cultivator? There it is. Now that's what we have now. I won't be doing it till the end, till I have a good bit done, you know, all the groundwork around here. But that's the look we have. Ah, sugar. We're under attack. These are getting quite frequent, aren't they? It's just some, it's just Miss Piggy and Kermit, but we'll greet them anyway. On the Muppet Show tonight, come on. That's it. One frog. Oh, and a pig. So much for that attack. Yeah, I wonder if it could be in here doing damage. Yeah! No, they're not. That's the stuff I dropped. That's it, guys. Nah, I think we've killed all our wildlife around here. Ah, here's one. Come here, I've been waiting for you. Come here. Nah, you don't get away so handy. There, wasn't worth it taking that food. Right, let's get back to what we were doing. Oh, piggy. Ah, come on, piggy, I'm here. Come on. There. Floats like a butterfly. Speaking of butterflies, the map I always get in this looks like a deformed butterfly. Always a large island in the center. Some reason. Oh, hello. Okay, where were we? Inside wall. Now this is going to be the one. I'm gonna have to get it to snap to that one. Sugar. Oh, snap on to, isn't it? Yeah, snap on to. It should be easy then. There we go. Ah, I see. Right. Let's bring it down with this guy. And that should give us an area to work on. We gotta work this one. Let me try one of these bigger ones for a moment. Okay. Yeah, this could be a little problem now. Oh, hi Maya. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate it and welcome raiders. And how have you been, Maya? Sorry I missed your raid. We're doing a little settlement here, a lot of digging. It took me ages to find something with the ground levels that would work. And this is what we've been doing. We're going with this kind of defense, but I'm going to open it up. It's going to be huge, like a kind of little small village inside. Stream was very good. Ah, that's good. What were you streaming, Maya? Are you back on Fallout? And have you played this game yet? I don't know if it would be your type of game. Oh, we're going with this kind of decoration. Finally worked out the way it snaps. Oh, brilliant time, Maya. Yeah. I haven't enjoyed or liked the games like this since the likes of Fallout or Skyrim. Yeah. So I've been giving it a lot of my time. I just can't help myself. It's a great game. Surprisingly good. I had no idea you were Irish, Croc. Oh, hi, First Warrior's Age. And how have you been? Yeah, Midlands. Are you Irish yourself, Warrior? I couldn't get into it, but I hope to revisit it in the future. Very easy for me to get into it. You know, it definitely ticked all the boxes for me. You know how I love to grind in a game. Oh my god, this is the mother of all grinds. And you know how I like to collect stuff and store it. Yeah, that's another thing. And building. Yeah. And you're always underpowered in this game. I wish it was ours. Huh. Ah. I think it is, yeah. It is. There's a big learning curve in it, but I don't mind that. This is what I've been doing on it so far. But we didn't even get the second boss. The reason I can do stone is I kind of dipped my toes into the swamp area and got lucky. I killed 2 oozers, and they each had 1 piece of metal each, which allowed me to make the stone cutter. Although it's a drag only having 1, so I've got to scrap it and bring it around to do this. But I'm doing the stonework, let's say, long before, killing the second boss, or even raiding the tombs. But they're the most valuable things I have. There's 2 pieces of metal. I wouldn't be able to do the stonework without it. Yeah, the building system, yeah. And you know how I love to build in these games. But the pieces are so small and there's so many, You can do a lot, on this. Unless it's, giant bugs. Better learn in a hurry. It even took me a little while to figure out the way it snapped. It was really confusing. But after a day or two, now I'm kind of understanding the system. The same with this. I've been taking my time, learning what I can do with the pieces. There's one, for instance, I managed to embed him in the stone. The other way it was really ugly, Now, my problem with this, because I like neatness, if I went with a second one on this, like that, and another one, it leaves a little gap, which would have been filled by maybe a 1/4 by 1/4 meter square, but there's none in the game. So I think I'll leave it like that. You know what I mean? Oh, hi Flip. How are you? I hope you've been well. And what have you been up to, Flip? No problem. And thanks again for stopping by and raiding, Maya. I appreciate it. I'm the same when I finish my stream. I'm absolutely wrecked. But I hope you have a good one. I hope you have a good rest and a great day. And stay safe. Bye. Oh, well, thank you, Flip. Yeah, you're the second person as well. So, 420. I'm very old. So tell me, what exactly is 420? I don't get out much, Flip. Not for the past couple of decades. Oh, it's a US holiday. Ah, I see. Yeah, you're the second person who has said that. It's still illegal here, even for medical purposes, unfortunately. But I think they should let it in for medical purposes. It does have a lot of promise and pain relief in that. And to be honest, I think it's a lot less severe than most of the prescription medicines they use. I think it's more of a money thing, the painkilling market here is kind of cornered by certain corporations, and these corporations, let's say, are generous donors to the people who make the laws. So I think it would benefit a lot of people here. All the kids. Yeah, I think they should leave it in for medical purposes. I really suffer from pain. Or some kind of system where you don't get a high but it relieves the pain, to chemically treat it, or grow a strain, and let's say, if they could grow a strain here just for the painkilling thing. But that would mean a big drop in pharma medicine. You know what I mean? So maybe that's why they won't do it. More money in it the other way. It's horrible. Yeah. It is. But I think, I'm not sure, I think it's legal for me. You know that stuff, TC something or other it's called, that has the pain relief effect, but not the high. Yeah, but then again, when you send for it out the internet, you don't really know what you're getting. Excuse me. Plus, anyway, customs, once they find it, they'll probably just burn it. I wouldn't get it anyway. Oh, it's always about the money, isn't it, Flip? They kind of have that already. Yeah, CBD oil, yeah, or something. Same pain-killing properties. No getting high. Yeah, I can't get my hands in it there. I did hear rumours about a spot opening up in Cork City. It's a long way down. Yeah. This is the stuff you smoke, like vape. Nah, I wouldn't be interested in that. Something you could put a couple of drops into. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can get this guy working from the other end. What were we doing out here anyway? I'll fix the rest of the walls in a minute. I just want to figure out, what way I'm going to do this little guy. Yeah, we're trying to get a snap on this, isn't it? Okay, we need to sleep anyway. Yeah, CBD oil. A friend of mine actually brought me some. Well, a friend of a friend of a friend. But he didn't get me the right stuff. He got me the stuff you vape. I definitely wouldn't be interested in that. Pretty sickening, I'd say. No, I needed, the droplet things you mix in food or drink. I always swear I'm going to build a castle in this game. Wind up with a giant single room log cabin. Log cabins are nice. Yeah. I intend to eventually do one in... Well, I said that I was supposed to... Well, this will be mostly wood inside. This is just for defences. I'll do the bases of the houses in stone. But mostly wood. Oh, gout. Yeah, Das is from Holland. Yeah, it comes around. He suffers a lot with that. Brother-in-law of mine has that, but no. It's a lot got to do with certain foods as well, isn't it? But that's not very common. Warrior's Age. Gout. Yeah. It was very, very common, let's say, in the 17th century. The 17th century and right up until, 1700s, I should say. Right up until the early 1800s. But I'm nearly sure it's linked to certain kinds of foods, isn't it? Yeah, very painful, I've heard. But very, very uncommon. Yeah, here at least. Now let me grab some of the soda. I have sciatica, big time. I've got what they call a what's it called again? It'll come to me in a moment. Basically, I damaged a vertebrae in my neck. Genetic. Used to be called... Yes, that's what they call it, yeah. Oh my, that sounds painful. Yeah. It used to be more of a problem with the aristocracy. In the 1700s and that. Because of the rich food. Yeah, that's what they call it, a rich man's disease. Yeah. I remember reading a bit into it, I think, or maybe seen it in a documentary. Rich without money, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's me. That's me as well. Get all the bad things. You know, if it's 1,000,000 to 1 shot and it's bad, yeah, I get it. I get it. Now, let's keep going with this. Bulged, that's it. A bulged disc pushing on my spinal cord. No. I haven't even really went through. I've kind of done a good bit in Black Forest. That's it. But I've been tied up on the building, and I changed the seat because I didn't like where I was. You know what I mean? But it took me about 5 hours to find this place, and I picked it because there's no area, and I'd say that I won't be able to flatten it out to the size I want, you know. But the earth walls, I think, would be the best way to go on this one. I'll line them on the inside. But I always do this with games when I start them. Let's say if I really like them, you know, I'll kind of restart them a few times while I'm learning. They are, I've heard, yeah. I've heard. But I shouldn't even be using the stone cutter. But I got lucky in the swamp. I've only got the fully upgraded bronze armor. But I don't think I'll be getting any kind of metal in quantity, you know, to get the metal armor. You know, finding oozers and that. I got a few chain links, I killed some wraiths, and I killed one of those abominations. Took about 75 hours. So I got some stuff from him and the ancient bark. Iron now is the thing I'll need, but, you know, I can't do that for a long time. Now, I've gotta work this here now, we gotta get a snap on this. Is that blue? Yay, that's blue. That's all I needed, guys. That's all I needed. Now we just get rid of this junk for a moment. Just get it out of the way, give us a bit of room. And you see that? 2 pieces of iron. My pride and joy now at this stage. Just 2 pieces of metal. Made a big change. Nah, it would kill it for me on my first playthrough. Yeah. I'm on Xbox. So I don't know if I can do it from Xbox. Probably could. After I finished my playthrough, I'd consider it alright, you know, but I'd rather do it the hard way. After I beat all the bosses and did everything in the game, you know. I don't know, could you even do that on Xbox? Like 2, 3, 3. They're all blue, they're perfect. Now, what's that? Well, by my calculations, that should get it there. perfect, they're all blue. Oh, I got lucky with a measurement anyway. This will take me just a little while, but I think it'll be totally worth it. I'm not worried about the tiny bit of room we're losing. I just want to have a nice look on this. Looking into it, so we see plenty of articles on it. Sounds possible. It will take a while, I'd say, before they'd sort out something like that. I've seen the commands on it already, Warrior's Age, and they're pretty basic. You know, the only one that would be useful is the op terrain. We do get that because sometimes, you know, it can be a bit glitchy. Some of the old hollows coming back, but it's kind of rare, you know. Unless the game is just very unreasonable, which can happen. Yeah, it can happen. Then a couple of bricks there, is it? Yeah. Just reclaim them. Okay, we're eating up stone. That's another thing I'm going to need. God knows how much stone to finish this, so eventually it's going to be a big stone hunt. A massive stone hunt. The 100% building refund. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good. You know, because making mistakes and correcting them would be very costly. You know, if you didn't have that, especially in stone. I know it's common enough until you need it, and then when you do need it, my God, you need a ton of it. Oh, come on. Ah, sugar. Oh, I didn't see that one. Okay. This will take a little while to get this back up where it was, but then I can start on the roofing system. I just do this little corner, you know, just have it ready and I can build onto it as I move back. I haven't made any plans for it, so I want to see, what I can do on it. Getting there. So that should come straight up to where we wanted to go. Hopefully. Can't see why not. Could go copper mining. Yeah, 2 birds. That's what I usually do, yeah. It is usually a good bit of stone as well. Take out any rocks around in the area. But you don't use as much copper as you might think, once you got your upgrades in bronze, maybe a few light fittings here and there. I'm guessing iron won't be like that. But my god, there's so much copper in this game. The last seed I was in, the Black Forest, was like, I came across like 50 copper deposits. And there's roughly, I think I got 120 from one. I'm not sure if they're all the same, but got a lot of copper. Getting there, getting there. I was thinking, when I'm doing the wooden buildings, how tall we want my building to be? Vertical poles will extend the height. Yeah, the core, yeah. Yes, I kept all the cores. I wasn't leaving them behind. I tend to look at this as a relocation. Well, that's what it is. You know what I mean? So I brought my cores, yeah. I'll need them to get around, you know what I mean? I wasn't going to go dungeon diving again. I already put the work in, so I didn't have any reservations about, bringing this stuff with me. When we're doing the houses, let's say we have our base, it would be, okay, let me just get some of this. Wrong one. There. Let's say you have our base. I'm going to do it in wood. And then on the corner, and you see these in some of the older houses here. On the corner you could have that look. Well, you know where I'm going with that, don't you? Yeah, stupid. Let me just work this for a moment. You do the corners like that, and then you come along with your wood. Like that. Obviously there'll be one running along here. And you can just build it up. I want to get up high enough so I can have a balcony to see over the walls, you know. But it would be like a classic, well, roughly like a classic farmhouse, you know. Well, that's not bad, except for that you'd have to do something like this. You'd have no choice. You know what I mean? Yeah, going around the side of that kind of kills it. I'll work it out when I get to it. Yeah, I'll work it out when I get to it. Wood iron supports are amazing, yeah. Oh yeah, but I'm far away from that. I'm far away from that. I'm not too bad, I don't want to build too high, you know what I mean? But yeah, I've seen them in, when I got the piece of metal that showed up in my menu once I made the iron ingot, you know? So I've seen them, yeah. I'd say they'd be pretty decent, you know, strength-wise. Well, this and a bit of core wood should be enough to get the height I want. It's not going to be too high. You know, just enough so I can see over the walls from the centre. But this is going to be much bigger. You know, that's going a mile in that direction and it's going way out there. Probably 3 times the length of this wall. It's not like a little contained village. We're close enough to water level for me to dig here for a nice little stream or something. I might have a look into that a little later. Well, that's kind of like decoration. But it's nice to get a building game, you know. A coliseum. And once I get this in place, I'll just come across with the other pieces and it won't be too long. I'll slap a temporary roof on it for the time being and then I'll have a look at design later. Just in the early stages of learning how to build in this game, so eventually I'll have a little system going. We're nearly there, just a few more. Oh, sugar. I hate it when that happens. Look at that health. Yeah. You know, you don't really need help, but if you start to fall, you'll die pretty quickly. Yeah, let's just get rid of those for a moment. Just to make my life that little bit easier. And I'll replace them in a second. Hey now. Let's see where we are. Okay, what's going on here? What's wrong, guys? Ah, sugar. Stupid. Okay. There again, I made that stupid mistake again. Stepping over too tight. We're on the right track. I bounce between this and Space Engineers for my building fix. Nice. PC game, I suppose, Space Engineers. All the stuff, yeah, if you decide to start over. Exactly, yeah, exactly. And thanks for following, Warrior's Age. I appreciate it. Welcome to the community. Almost forgot. I once watched 2 weeks of someone's streams and realized I hadn't followed them yet. Oops. Come on. Ah, you. I need to get down here anyway today. Okay, I won't have to walk around. Well, lucky we have this little space anyway, isn't it? There's one thing this game needs, Warrior's Age, and that's something I can build in wood, like a scaffolding, because these ladders are just not cutting it, you know. A very easy die from the side as well. There, got it. Long last, just another one. We need to sleep. This is ridiculous. You know, when the night comes. And the fog. Okay, where are we going? I need to highlight that box as well. You know, when you're changing over, I can't see it properly. I got that beat, yeah? By the way, unless you're going for a certain aesthetic, I believe the really big stone blocks use less stone. Certain aesthetic I'm going for, yeah. With the smaller blocks. I might use the larger ones later. I did see that, yeah, slightly less. I think it is. I think you save, with that area, I think 2 stone or something. But I wanted that kind of look. Yeah, even if it does cost me a little bit more in stone. There's the other one here, where is it? That one takes 6, and that covers an area of 4 of these. Whereas they cost, I think 3 each, twice as much actually. So that's, what's that, 6? And it's 4 times as big as that guy, and that one takes 4. So 12, yeah, twice as much. Yeah, twice as much. Just wait till we get a little bit more light. I use the flying cheat when I build. Changes the whole game, definitely agree. Yeah, it's something you could build really quickly. Some kind of scaffolding. Yeah. It wouldn't take much. Yeah, it wouldn't have to be fancy or anything. Just wait till we get a bit more light. It's not great for my eyes. I want you to start doing walk around checks with a safety rep every morning. No problem, Tarka. You need to pay particular attention for exposed rebar. Yeah, we'll get the light we need in a minute. My god, this is gonna take a lot of stone. Okay, this is wrong. How did I manage that? There, you see that one there? It's a half one. See, that's why I don't like doing this at night. There. Okie dokie. See, I have enough light, it's not too bad, I can see what I'm doing. Hang on for one little moment here now. And that is a pity. That is a stupid, stupid pity. This will have to come down. How could I be so stupid? It should have going a half one back. I am so dopey. Ah, Croc. You silly sausage. It's supposed to be under that and supporting it. It was on one side, but I forgot to push it a half one back to cover the other one. Ah, Croc. That is really dopey. It might just be we just gotta get rid of this one. That was really extremely dopey. No. That is really stupid. These guys were supposed to be on the others. You see what I mean? Here. There. That's where they should have been. Right there. I was wondering why we had so much room on this side and not the other. Oh, you. Now I know why there was so much room. I wonder, can we get away with it this way? Let's see. We only have to do one side. Not really. Oh, probably. Probably. Yeah, I think we'll only have to do one side. Yeah, I think we'll get away with just doing one. Oh, we're awful good on that. I was wondering why I had so much room on one side. Well, now I know. Yeah, exactly. Instead of going along on the side. Oh, bad, yeah. After you told I'd finished the building, yeah. There. Yeah, time to get these little guys out of my way now for a moment. How hard would it be for them to add a scaffolding in this game? There. I think we got it. I don't know what that's doing there, but that's wrong. Okay, we'll do the layers, it's easier. Oh, my hammer is gone. I love the way it kicks something. You know when the hammer goes. Oh, well thank you, Zachary. My, this humidity is murdering me. I think it must be shooting up another 10. Ah, that's what I did. Those idiots, they scrapped the workbench on me. How am I going to manage now? Ah, you're kidding me. I've no way of I'm not making another hammer. You are joking me. I've no way of making one. Oh, I think I might be... No, this is not covered enough, is it? You stupido. I have to make a second hammer over those idiots. I used the tool to raise the ground and flattened it off nice. Then put a wall next to that so my base is like a master on top of all the high ground. Hi Ellie. Half the night watching. Welcome to the Nosferatu, Targ. I have no choice, I've got to make one hammer. That is so stupid. I should always have a backup anyway, I suppose. Oh, the other one was level 3. Here, let's just store that in. Yeah, we'll store it in here. That's level 1. It's a level 3. We'll keep the level 3. Now, let's work on this. Yay! Okay, let's get this over with and see what I can do on top. I even built the giant circle towers. I love it. Ah, cool. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ah, really? Give me a scaffolding. I'd want to be looking at this from the side and not from the front, to be honest. That's where a scaffolding would come in really handy. Extremely handy, less mistakes. The building in this game is really fun, isn't it? Yeah. I won't say any spoilers, but I just got to the Mistlands. Nice. So harder, yeah? Cool. I couldn't imagine building in the Mistlands. Oh, you're talking about these stone walls. Yeah. That's why I wanted to get a little bit of practice in. We're under attack, guys. Hi, you little Kermit. Takeout. Home delivery. Where are the other guys? Is that it? Is that? Yeah, I think they've had their day. No, one more. There. I think they've had enough. Oh, no. Right, end of those. Yes, I did. But I'll have to kill him again in this seed tag. Yeah. Now, just one moment, guys. I'm just going to take a really quick bathroom break. It shan't be a moment. Yeah, but because I moved seeds, I'll have to kill him again, but it'll be pretty easy with a bronze armor. No. Okay. Yeah, just you gotta hang the trophies on that thing, so I'll do it again. It'll be pretty easy. Yeah, it should be no trouble. It was even easy enough, let's say, with the leather armor. Okay, we needed a stone. Now from here, I'll start to do the top piece, and then we'll get back into clearing this. Just wanted to try and work out a decoration on it, or at least to start first kind of draft. There, now let's get some sleep. Just needed to know where I was going on that, because if I had to refix that and I planned something down the other side, all of that would have to be scrapped. So I needed to get the wall into shape before I carried on. You've bought this, haven't you, Tarek? But I haven't played it yet. Or have you given it some time? It's not a bad view, I suppose. Alright. Pretty big tree. I've seen worse views. We don't have a lot of stuff. I'd like to get my hands on the hardwood, but I think that's... Where's that anyway? In the mountain, is it? I don't think it's in the swamp. Yeah, it's pretty decorative. And I don't think it suffers water damage either, so... Ah, stupid fridge. Gotta fix that shelf. Now let's hope this doesn't go everywhere. There. Alright, the top, we'll just do this little corner. So then as I go down I can just keep adding to it. More interested to see on what way we could fix it. This would be the first draft, and then as we go along we could maybe do alterations. Until we come up with what we want. There we go, now that's what I needed. Yes. Oh, it did as well. But this is a new seed. So I've got to find them all over again. But I'm not too bothered. Because I bought the belt. And I bought the light. So I'm in no rush to find them now. Oh, I didn't find them on this one. I moved seeds, Ellie. Because I didn't like the settlement area. It caught me. It would only let me down 2 meters with a trench on the side because where I dug in was too deep. And I spent literally yesterday 5 hours finding this. This is only day 2 on this one. Yeah, he's hard to find. He's always on some of the islands. For me at least. Okay, it doesn't matter, we're going for stone. Now, you see what I've done here with this? We just need to remove that little piece. Missing or required crafting station. There. That's the one. Now, let's get these 2 little pieces and I'll show you the way I want to go with this one. Ah, this is so fun. You know that. Not knowing how the pieces stick together. Finding a merchant can be a real problem. Yeah, there's only one. I heard rumours or somebody saying they're going to introduce another NPC. Apparently, Haldor's sister. When you do your final build, consider an island that has at least 4 zones and the one island so you can find resources without 4-day ship ride. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I'm useless with that ship. Absolutely useless with that ship. So hard to control. Okay, not enough wood, not a problem. Well, it is a problem. Sugar. I have a certain plan for this. Really, how would it be carrying too much? There. I'll leave the food there for a moment. Oh yeah, gotta make sure they're stupido. Gotta make sure they're in an offset line from the outside. Let's have a look at that for a moment. Especially before I close this up. Yeah, they're offset. That would work. Now the ones on this side. Yeah. That would do. Right, let's get to it. Oh, I forgot we have this little... We have this little area now. Not so much, no. It'll have to be something like that. Yep. That's the guy. Now, there'll be other little things I'll do with this in a moment. Oh, hi Days. What zones have you been to? The meadows mostly, a good bit in the Black Forest and a tiny bit in the swamp stays. They're the ones I've been to. Yeah. My cat just made me skin my knee. Oh, I'm pretty good, Days, and I hope you're well also. Bad kitten, very bad. His name is Voodoo for a reason. Ah, he's a jinx. I see. Me at the end of Valheim zone's log cabin. Yeah, 1.5 zones. Trim castle. Mead, that's where the wife is from. Now, okay, this one for a moment. And I'll work out the design on this, I suppose. Give me a break from digging. My god, there's a lot of digging. A lot of digging. So that's the way we'll be going, guys. Now, this is what I need to do. We'll probably have to remove these. I am tempted to go with the core stuff, to be honest, you know, on this one. So let's have a look. I can't really check from here, but it might be something like that with a core. Let's see, we could hide it on these ones as well. We'll have to snap this junk around it, but I think it would work, you know. At least I'm hoping it will. That's what I'm hoping for. And as I do with the side pieces, we're kind of done again with... we're going to have to go high on this one. You know, the corner piece again will give us problems. Oh, I like it, Derek. Cultural. Ah. So you've got some ancestry there. Oh, for the next week. You see, we're still stuck with that little thing here. But that will solve our problem, definitely. There. Okay, the core wood be a nice addition. Especially with this now, we'd probably have to go up to 2. And that looks... well, we won't know until we get some core wood. There's a good chance of me getting killed here now. I want to be careful. Like that's a definite death sentence there if I miss. I'll have to build myself some kind of decent walkway. We won't be obviously doing it all, just to get this little corner out so I'll know, you know what I'm doing, so I have an idea of what we're gonna wind up with. Well, it depends on the roof, doesn't it? Depends on how we can hide this. Depends on a lot of things. Is that a shark? There's a huge fish there a moment ago. You see that? My good God, what is that? Huge. Clara, yeah. Play Mario. Oh. Okay, let's have a look. Come on. Oh, workbench. I think we could make one up here, couldn't we? Yeah, I just saved a chunk. There. Now. Okay, the dragon is working nicely. Yeah, he's hiding that. Now, we'd have to obviously replace the stone. Like that. Okay, there's something off there. There it is. And then this one. Okay, all of that went pretty smooth. That went pretty smooth. Knocking that guy back in another half meter, that really, or meter, that really worked. instead of having him protruding out. My only issue with this stuff is the way it locks. Oh, I hate that. I really do. I'll have to give it a look-see anyway. Yeah, I've never liked that look. I wonder what way we'll go here. Maybe we get 4. You know, instead of the 2. 2 is too confined. There, that, yeah, you see what I mean? Yeah, totally brutal. Yeah. That's why I prefer to go with the lighter stuff. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's still a good green. You know, you'd get 4 on this. Well, let's see how it's looking, let's say, on the blend. Or it gets too dark. Ah, cruel, isn't it? No, well, we can step it back. That is a pity. That is a pity. I doubt this one will work. It won't go through the ground area. Interesting look. Not what I want. Nah. Ooh, balcony, guys. Not with this guy. Maybe so. Hang on. Might still be able to get him in there. Worth looking into now. Nah, I don't like it. Yeah, you'd be sacrificing that guy on the side. I don't know, the balcony looks kind of sweet. But you can't have the balcony and have that as well. You know, it's one thing or another. I think it's the other. Okay, no coral wood. Coral wood won't work. Protrudes too much. I partly guessed it anyway. Okay, let's get some sleep and I'll do with the other stuff. It's just we'll need them, instead of 4, we'll need them, let's say, 2 pieces together for strength. But definitely worth having a look at all the same. We'll need food shortly. Okay, let's get some rest. Well, we'll give it a try. Oh, hi Debbie, and how have you been? Are there going to be machinations on the battlements? Probably. Jumping the brakes, yeah. What McCall's up to back shortly, no problem. Targ, and thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Darkwood is a ways off, yeah. Yeah. Oh, the iron is still a ways off, to be honest. Yeah, good bit off. So, how was your day, DB? Yeah. The core wood is okay, but yeah, stick it into the ground, or yeah, I'd have to be at least. Maybe Maybe if I push it one square back, might work for support, guys. I never thought of that. Might actually work for support. Here, let me have a look at that. I haven't given up on it yet. We choose that as a kind of snap point, and then we try it. There. That would solve our problem. Now when we're going with a roof, we'd have to do something similar. That might work. And then we'd have to do something similar here. Like that. And that would give us a pretty decent snap point. Now, I'll tell you what we could do on that, guys. Just where the dragon is. If we use one of these 26s. And see how that looks. I'm not too keen on it. No. It kills his ears as well. I need something much, much steeper. What about 45? No. I want to push that back a bit here. I think the brick might be able to hide this. Yeah, I think the brick might hide it. There. That's a bit better. Will the brick hide this, or will the brick even go back? Yeah, we still got that ugly piece though. That's a pity, isn't it? Unless we did something like this. And then we go down here. And then we another one there. No, you see that's... Now it looks... You see, now that's visible from the other side. That won't work. There's probably a way around this. You know? But I don't like that piece. That's a pity. It looked pretty nice on that. There's no way of covering that. Unless we change this. Unless we change this. Let's say we do this instead. Just for on the corner pieces. It's a bit of a killer, isn't it? Now, now I'm stuck with this age-old problem here. I'm back to square one again. Really on this one. You see, I'll be stuck with the same problem again. I know it's an interesting... Yeah, maybe. It's kind of interesting. Kind of. Nah. I don't know. We definitely need something, guys, you know, on the corner that looks a little, different. You know what I mean? The problem is the size. I think it can work this. We're gonna have to come out a half square. I think we could work this. But we need something on the corners. It has to stand out on the corners. And it's got to be central. That's the problem. So you're talking about moving that stupid thing again. Tend to be wooden. X's. Yeah, with a short circuit vert. Oh, nice. Hello, Toby. There's my dog. Up you go. Oh, there's a good doggo. When did you wake up, huh? This is the best doggo. It's the best doggo. Yeah. He just woke up. Well, this rain is killing me because I'll have to repair all this. Let's see if we can sort this out. Oh, let me see. See, I'm still stuck with little problems. No, it would definitely have to be one of those. Well, there's no problem. I could spin around and spin around again. Yeah, you do that, and then you'd probably go. Wait a moment. Oh yeah, that would be no problem. That would be a given anyway for the pieces. But that won't work, you know, for that tree we're doing. We'll leave it for a while, guys. Let me start on the roof and we'll get back to that little guy. The placement of the poles, actually, is my problem. So these would take 2 of these. And the pole would have to be here. That would take up a lot of room. It would take up at least that much room. You know? And then you would have... Let's see if we can work these now. I think you need another one, to be honest. It would have to be 4, wouldn't it? Of course it would. 4 each way as well. Okay, hang on now. And then it's centered on that. That looks interesting, doesn't it? We get that right down on the ground, guys. We get it right down on the ground. Or maybe just one brick up. But we'd have to come out from the center. Which that's where the problem will come in with the dragon. Yeah. No, just having a look at this. See if we can make something a little different for the corners. I'm really not familiar with these building pieces, so kind of getting to know you kind of thing. See where I've hidden that one because it did really do the thing for me there. See that? So... That's as big as it would have to be, and that is very big. You'd never get a center on that. And you'd have to go 2 to hide that piece. So you'd have to sack that one. Oh, we work it from that end. Yes, seems to be a little different than this, doesn't it? I have to change the blocking on that side. Let's remove you for a moment. That's not bad like that, guys. We haven't changed it too much. Yeah. We haven't changed it too much. But let's just have a little experiment with this one. No harm in experimenting. Oh yeah, I like that. Yeah, I kinda like that. That would work. Plus if you hang thatching off the vertical beams. Yeah, that's what I intend to do. Going out to the edge. Yeah. That's not too bad. But to be honest, I wanted something different. But we're halfway there on that. Okay, we'll skip that then for a moment. I'll have to repair this stupid timber as well. Let's get these up for a moment. And then we'll work it once. I'll be able to see it a bit better once that goes in. Oh, that won't work there. Where are we going? Right here from the corner. See, you'll have to repeat that over and over again. Let's see what else I have in there in a moment. Oh, you won't get away with it there. It works on an inside cut, but on an outside one. I have a better situation for that in a moment. I think we use the wood. Okay. Now. We'll see if we can use these, but I doubt it, to be honest. It all depends on how the thatching looks. Now you see that the stupid thing has changed. What the? Yeah, you see it's been moved from the corner. Oh, so is the other one. Was it now 3.5? It's more like a 1, 2. A 3.5 is not my thing now, you know that. Let me see. What's that? It's 3 meters. Okay, it's all over the place, guys. No. It's the thing it snapped onto on the side. Has messed it up. Okay. It was worth a look-see anyway. We'll get a roof and then we'll work out the little bits after. Yeah, I don't know. Don't know if we can make this work. Okay, let's go with my original plan. Here, the Old Faithful. I knew I'd wind up with that anyway. It's hard to make that cord work with the roofs. Oh yeah, I can cross them. But every time I solve one problem, it creates 3 more doobie. You know, a little bit sticking here and there. There's a certain look you see I want from it. I can always have a look at it again later, just get some kind of roof up, and from there I can figure it out a lot easier. Now. Yeah, okay. It's gonna give me an issue in a minute, I'd say. The darkness is not helping me either, is it? I think we'd manage 3 on this before it starts to give. And then I'll check the code on it in a moment. Once I get the beams in. They have a much neater, you know, look on the side. We'll push the other guys back in a moment. We just start to get some semblance of a roof. It is kind of chaos, isn't it? Where are we going? Oh, it's so dark. There, come on. But no matter what way it ends, I'd love to try out new stuff on this. Because I'm not in the least bit familiar with the game. But it's only through experimentation you really learn how to do stuff in these games, I think. Now, let me light this up. Place anywhere. Yeah, I definitely use that one. I don't use scrap everything because I've had issues on Xbox with it. I use scrap that settlement. Yeah, STS. It gets rid of the plants and the rubbish and stuff, and little bits of a building here and there, but not full buildings. I found it really fun to hide the buildings. Rayer's Age. Building around them and that. To a certain extent, they caused problems that made me change the way I built. Out from that, you know what I mean? I find the settlements kind of, you know, if you had an open, clean space, it would be hard to come up with some ideas for them. Ah, there we go. Okay, we just wait for a little bit of daylight. The funnest thing in this game is the learning. You know, when the penny drops, kind of thing, on a piece. I don't know, is it me guys or is this game very dark? Now, while we're waiting for a little bit, same in dungeons in Skyrim. I find it very hard. Or Oblivion, oh my god, there's no need for Oblivion, the caves. Much like this, you know, when it gets dark. Oh, the early morning fog, it's brutal, isn't it? But you have to light dungeons yourself. Ah. In Skyrim I tend to play it as vanilla as possible. Well, especially being on Xbox. But I like to use better adoptions, you know, so you can get 6 kids for the hardfire homes. What else do I use? Oh yeah, I was doing a survival. Survival playthrough. What was the restrictions? Oh yeah, we went in as true Nords, so we could only use Nord weapons and armor. What else were we doing as well? There's something else. Yeah, I suppose something I forget, to be honest. I'm usually watching you stream at 3 in the morning on an iPad in a dark bedroom. That never existed. Camping, fishing, spellcrafting, hypothermia, equipment, the whole thing. You went all in. Yeah, the equipment thing. Like Oblivion, Fallout New Vegas. Yeah. There's some more things I added to that as well. Oh yeah, we were playing it on Legendary. Yeah, we were playing it on Legendary. Although that doesn't mean much if you know that game really well. The secret is alchemy. Now once you crack that, it's game over. Now, of course we'll have to repair as well, but okay, we're gonna try and use these. Just see where I'm going with this junk. Okay, they're dead. Now I might be able to use them in the center again for support and maybe pull these away. But for the time being, we'll go with these ones here. I like the way these guys snap. Now let's see if we could. Not really. I'm gonna cover that one. How much are we gonna protrude on the other side? Yeah, you see that? Always with the core wood. Right. Now. Let's have a look at this. Here, so we go 1, 2, come on. Oh, no wood. Right, let's go down and get some wood. I have half a plan for this. Just half of one. 26, 50, and I'm carrying too much. So we get rid of that for a moment. And that. And 50. And 3. Okay. Let's work with this a little bit. We'll just do this corner. I'll do the other decorations and I'll try some design later when we get time. Alright, 2 and 3. And I just have to remove these just for a little while. Come on. 2, 3. Yeah, I think we could get away with something better on this. Could even go the whole hog and put some shutters in. Don't know how that would look. Oh yeah, I didn't eat. Ah, I'm so lazy. Should cook up. Yeah, I'm gonna cook up some food in a second. Oh, if I fall, I'm dead. Yeah. I keep forgetting that tag. Now, we might not have to go with that. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. In 1 second. Yeah, let's get these in for a moment. Let's see how we're going here. I think I have half a plan. Now, 1 second, we just get this one. Let's see, figure out the way this stupid thing goes. Oh. Well, I don't want to go with that little crossover thing. I definitely don't want to go with that. It'd be too many. So I need to get the height up here to get this stupid piece in. Although we would have to do one more here, wouldn't we? I think so, yeah. Let me see. Albeit a bit high. Yeah, that's the one. Now, let's get you up and running. See, the problem with this game is you want to be really up to the same level on this. Ah, doesn't work. Me bad. We would have to go this way. This is where now I am getting into trouble. Yeah, this is where I'm getting into trouble. This is where we're gonna get up higher again. This works perfectly on another one, but let me see. Could ever get my head around this yet? You know that? Unless we come out. You see, you have to be high. Okay. I want to build down here a bit because I'm going to fall. I want to go down and get some food as well. I'll just build ourselves a decent spot here. Yeah, because it's dead if I don't eat. Well, a crossover will be, if I can get up here, it'll be easy enough. I think I'm going to be going here on this. Let me see. Let me just put this piece in here so we get a snap. And then we'll go with this one here when we need it. There. Ha. One and a half, guys. But that's on 2, isn't it? But 2 is a nice size. Maybe too much. Yeah, let's see. We need to eat anyway. Let's have a look. Oh, 2 is a bit chunky. Yeah, I thought as much. 2 is a bit chunky, isn't it? Now, that's pod racing. I actually played Fallout 4 earlier for the first time. Really, in a year and a half. My. Out of everyone spraying. That's good, isn't it? Yeah, the explosive one. Can't eat more honey. Yeah, blasphemy. I have a bottle of it sitting on my desk. Maxed. No, it's too high. 1.5 and that we're even pushing it. Look at that deer. Come on. Do you know what I could do? I could make a gator and trap him inside and have some fun, but I think they'd despawn after a while. Well, that would be something. Yeah, too high. One and a half, guys. Now, we might not go with that look. I have a different plan as well. So tell me what you think about this one. Oh, my hammer went. Stupido. Ay, ay, ay. I almost fell and died. I better get that food, guys. If I fall from here, I'm dead meat. I'm a high level on some of the stats. Yeah, not worth the hassle. We'll cook up. Totally forgot about it, yeah? Oh, nice. Close enough, yeah. Yeah, we'll cook these up. It's not worth taking the risk. We'd lose a good bit of stats if we die. Especially when we're working that high. I still think you would like those wooden X's as a railing. I can show you something here. I'll save this and I'll log out and I'll show you one I was doing and I abandoned Warrior's Age. Yeah, I'll log out and back in on the other seed. I just kept it. I might delete it after, but this is one I abandoned. I was using those X's a lot. This was a large farm I was working on. Yes, the Vinland Saga. So, this is what you're talking about now, this stuff here. There's my house inside. And my beehives. And we were working on a little fermenter station here. You know, for doing our potions. But this is why I picked this stupid settlement, because of the maypole. So this is where I learned how, snapping them together. Oh, we had plans for this, but it went sideways when I figured out the level restrictions in certain areas. You know, I was going there with a dock. Eventually. You can see what I was doing with that. With the stuff on the side. No small. I use the smaller ones down here in the forge and here. You see them here? This is the forge and the workshop for the smelter and that. So I use them here with this kind of look. And of course our portal hub. So I used quite a few here. Ah, this was fun. This is where I learned the pieces, you know. But this one I abandoned. And I'll show you why. Well, the main reason. I was never happy with it anyway. Oh yeah, we have little boar farms in here as well. And we were doing crops. Where were we doing the crops? Yeah, you see them in there, carrots. And on each side. The carrots are the only things I could get my hands on so far. You know, to grow. Oh, I don't know about that. And that's where, this is where we ran into the major problems here. Because of the height level here would only lead me down 2 bricks. That disgusted me. That absolutely, it took this into account and not the original level I worked on. So I learned about the restrictions on that. That was the sickener for me. I wanted this at least 4, if not 5 blocks high. About that height. Now, it's a pity because if you can see here at the front, I would have never doing this if I could have carried to water level. All the way around, it would look really pretty. You know? But that wasn't to be. But I learned a good bit from this. I learned a good bit. And that's what I've done on that one. Oh no, you can use them, Targ. They're very, very important in a lot of the food. You know, you can have carrot soup or you can make other stuff, deer stew. It's another ingredient. Oh yeah, they're very, very, very handy. So that's what we were doing here, and I decided I needed something different. To be honest, anyway, when the stone cutter came in, I had a ton more plans. Warrior Age, and this was gone too far for me to use it. You know. But I got these up and working as well. And there was a smoke thingy that I figured out. Oh, we have a kind of storage area upstairs as well. Well, here I was going to make a garden. You know, trees and that, if I could manage to get the plants to look like flowers. And then up here, I was working on this. Yeah, we have resin. You know, our little storage area. And that's what I did on that one. The underground limits. So I can build a dwarf and nice fortress. I seen on PC there was a mod where you can build caves. That's cool. No, more than decorative, yeah. I've got a ton of them. I'll show you here on the cauldron. I've got a few of them in here, I think. Yeah, you see them there. But we would need to be upgrading this. But I can't, you know, I need a turnip to upgrade it apparently. So boar jerky, raw fish, there's carrot soup. And deer stew. Deer stew is about the best. You see, you need carrots, deer, and what's that? Blueberries. For that one. That's pretty decent, 45 health. Stamina's not bad. A guy playing Underground Fortress use dev commands to get at big boulders. Did a good job. Nice. A castle in one save. Was a pain in the backside, yeah? What do I need for that? Carrots and blueberries and deer. Okay. Okay, we'll get back to where we were, guys. No, once I got my hands on the stone cutter, that was a game changer then. I lost interest in that one. Short break from Octagon Trader Portal Hub. Nice. Now what are we doing? Cooking the food. Yeah, so we don't die. Would be handy. There's two ways we can do this at the moment that spring to mind. We didn't do any digging. The wall has taken up my time, but once we work out what we want, you know, the rest will go quickly. I'm gonna shower and she's 10:30 p.m. Oh, yeah, 6 hours ahead I am. But I'll be lurking, and thanks for that, Warrior. Appreciate it. But I'll be back before the end. I'll be back tomorrow anyway. And thanks for stopping by and following. I hope you have a good night, a great rest, and a great day tomorrow, Warrior. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, 5:30 AM for me. And for Targ as well. Oops. Oh, sugar. How did I manage that? Now, it must have been bad this year. I got coal in my sock. It is, isn't it? But I got into this kind of schedule because of pain issues. And I suppose it's an ideal time for me to stream because it's nice and quiet. Even my dogs are asleep. Because they have better sense than me. Boar meat for jerky now. Oh yeah. It's not great because you're losing, you know, I think 6 health or something, or 7 health. And you're gaining a bit of stamina. But it's a good balance, yeah. Yeah, and the honey it's easy to make, you know, just that and the honey in the cauldron. Unlike the deer meat, you gotta cook it first. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Okay. But there should be no falling deaths on your settlement, I think. But well. I might have put one of those workbenches of mine. There. Right. That's an original house that was here I've been using. Let me see, do we have to sleep? Okay, we sleep. It's good if you die and you got to go. Oh, on a death run, yeah, it is. Yeah, you need a lot of stamina for that one. Wow. Wait on day 52. Oh, let's see if I can get this looking half respectable. But I think even with full health, 100 and something on this, if I fall from that roof, yeah, I think it's all over. Ah, you got to be kidding me. This game hates me. Ugh. If I was not questing, it would never rain the second I pick up a hammer. Yeah, every time. The gods must be crazy. What can we do? All of that will have to be repaired because of it. Let me see. It's going to make life very, very hard for me, isn't it? Okay. Oh, I see my dog is woke. What is it, Rex? What is it? That dog barks at absolutely anything. It's probably a fly. What are we scared of now, Rex? Who wants cuddle? Who wants cuddle? He's so sleepy. Oh, that poor dog is so sleepy. He's so sleepy. Where am I? Oh yeah. I'll work the roof out in a moment. I don't want to go with the old lap over thing. Oh yeah, hang on here now. I need the other one for this, don't I? Here, let's just get a few in here and then I'll do that. Yeah, one thing at a time. I don't see how it works. But either way, this is the way we'd have to go. Now, let's get a few of these in here. And then we'll have a look at this. Yeah, he was looking for a hug. Now with this we can work and we can have a look at this. This roof. Once you get these little supports in place. Whoops. I think it's here we need that piece. Right in that corner. Where are you? There, 26. Yeah. Okay. Now. Now we'll find the problem of cutting in on the side. The problems will start when we want to do the corner. That's the one now we're gonna have to watch for. Let me see what I mean. I might have a plan for this, but I think I should be able to. No, we could. Yeah, not really. You see where I'm kind of hampered now. This is actually a ground level. Interesting to put a fire here with a chimney system. Now this is my problem. How do we manage this? No, we could go with the other piece, but we need some work in this situation. At least I don't think it does. Maybe it does. And I'd have to... Well, there's no way of covering the other side, is there? Oh, we have no wood. Yeah, it's just a matter of covering the other one then. Maybe. We'll go get ourselves some wood. And it all depends on how we manage to disguise that piece. Wood. Well, here's some junk that was supposed to be removed. One there. What the? Oh yeah, the 2 bits on the other side. Here, let's go get some wood. I was using those to learn how to do the walls, you know, keeping in line. So I got a kind of a feel for it. Okay, I think the rest of them are on that rock out there. Now, let's get back to this. I'll have to get up there somehow. It's just closing the back of that small piece. There's no pieces. That's the thing that's gonna keep me, I'd say. Okay, we'll see. Let's say we go that way. And then we've got that, see that little bit there? It's not much. Let's see if there's a way. Well, we could use the X. Do you know what I mean? Now, this won't make much of a difference because what I'm intending to do with this would be probably something like that. Like that. You know what I mean? I have a plan for that in a moment as well. So we need to get up here. Let's have a look at this. Should we put it this way or maybe the other way? Maybe that way, where the dock is. Or I should say where the dock is gonna be. Here we go. What's our health like? Won't make much of a difference if we fall even 100 health. Now, this is my nasty little problem here. There's actually 2 of them. I don't know how I'm gonna manage this. You know what I mean? There's got to be a way. Let me see. Need to get rid of that one. Oh, that's a kick. Let's get rid of that one. Let's get rid of that one. Now let's experiment a bit with this. One thing springs to mind, guys, which might actually work. What about, you see, the front of the settlement is basically this, where the dock is. So there'll be 4 of these. What if I went with, let me see if we get into that one. That one. that one. That one. I think I have a plan. Now, don't fall, Croc. Okay, we just get rid of you for a second. That one. That one. Now. Now I can roof it if I want to. It would look too much like a chimney if I raise it up a bit more than that. So let's just get these back in for a moment. Well, that's the only way I know of dealing with this. Now we might be able to do something a little more with this. Let's say we use these ones here. I think this would work. It's starting to look like the buildings that's originally in the game. And hi, Nicodeme. Thanks for following. Appreciate it and welcome to the community. And how have you been, Nick? We don't mind if I call you Nick. This is our only way to deal with that corner, guys. There's 3 others, so you could even do something like that, but that would just come up through the other side. So we do the same again. I'll have a look at it later some other time as well. Might be something more I could do with it. And of course I'm going for timber. Of course I am. I think that would work. We'll have a look at it in the morning as well. Might work. Ah, cool. I played for 2 hours. Great, isn't it? I've been playing since its release non-stop on Xbox, which was the 14th of March. So I have a bit of time on it. It's grueling, you know, to get the pieces. And you're always underpowered. I love it. You know, everything can kill you. But I have a fully upgraded armor. I'm, let's say, about... You're obviously still grinding on the leather stuff. So I'm about 2 up from that. I won't say what they are because I don't want to spoil it for you. But there's one more better one than you have. And then there's the one I have here. But I've been playing since about the 14th or 15th of March. Yeah, I think it was March. Since it was released on Xbox. Are you playing on Xbox as well? Well, I'm pretty much a newbie. I've only killed the first boss and, you know, haven't even touched the second one yet. Just got sidetracked with building. But there's so much to learn in this game. Unbelievable. You know, there's certain mechanics, let's say when you're putting in a fire, you know, for a chimney system, structural integrity when you're building, ground levels, you know. I assumed when I started the game it would be set at sea level, but it's not. If you went, let's say there's a hill here, the certain amount you're allowed to raise or to drop would be set from that. And then let's say, imagine there's a smaller hill just right over here. The level would be from that then as well. I learned that the hard way when I was digging a trench. Still a caveman. Stuck chasing deers. Bow, your only chance. Make the crude bow. It drops a good bit, and if it kind of pulls a little bit to the left, so let's say if you were aiming for at this distance, let's say you're aiming for that brick and you wanted to get dead center at this distance. Well, that's not too bad. Let's go back a bit. That's it there. You would be kind of aiming about there and about there, which give you a dead center. Pulls to the left. Fine wood, not so bad. It doesn't pull so much, but it does drop a little bit. I'm on the fine wood bow. But once you get a bow, you'll get them pretty easy, yeah. You know, you do your upgrading and that. Make sure to make one of those deer mats as well for that one extra comfort point. This is just a shack. I wasn't happy with the seat I had, Nick. And I moved here. It took me 5 hours and 10 seeds to find this area. And there's nothing really special, you know, about it, except the ground levels. I want a huge area, and it couldn't be any more than maybe, well, 6 meters, maybe 7 tops above sea level. And this is the only place I found. It took me almost 5 hours to find it. Going through 10 seeds. If you're on Xbox, are you getting this as well? All of your maps, well, you'll see it in a moment, if you scatter around the coastline, looks like a deformed butterfly. I was talking to some guys from PC and they just get even more random maps than that, but you know, on Xbox, you know, always something like this. I did 9 more and they were all like that. Now let's get some rest and then we'll look at that thingy. But I intend to make a big settlement here. More like a little village, I'd say. But once I got the stone cutter, and I have it way before my time, really after you kill the second boss and, you know, do that, you get access, but I kind of dipped my nose into the swamp. Scary place. And I got lucky. I killed these creatures called oozers, 2 of them. And each of them had 1 piece of metal. So I had enough to make I won't tell you what it is, a certain piece of equipment that changed the game for me, really. Xbox. Oh, cool. I've always been an Xbox player. Never played on PC. Well, my kids do. Well, they're not kids anymore, but you know what I mean. When they were kids, they used to play a lot on PC. Kind of like the ease of console, you know. It's probably pretty easy on PC, but if anything went wrong, I'd be lost and get frustrated too easily. Now I just get something to drink. My doctor has been chewing my head off because I'm not drinking enough liquid. Now, oh, that's better. That's never much, for drinking lots of liquid, but that's only in the past decade or so. But I would drink probably less than 2 liters a day, and that's no good. But what can you do? You don't feel thirsty, so why? Maybe I'm part camel. Wouldn't be surprised. I have to waste the food like this because if I fall, oh yeah, you don't want to die, but you probably know that. It's not too bad early on, but once you start getting up those stats a good bit. But to be honest, I don't think the food would make a difference from this height. Now, oh sugar, I forgot to get wood. I dug this out, getting prepared for my dock, and I forgot I left the wood on that rock. I'll have to move it later. Yeah, always careful to save the rock. I was thinking about putting a little lighthouse on this rock. It'd look pretty cool. It's not bad. Not bad. Okay, hang on, I have another plan for that now that I see it from here. Okay, let's dump some of these in here to make room. Let's make room for this. I'll be coming back here. Hey, sugar, come on. Get rid of that cultivator for a while. And the coal wood, and the coal. Now. Ah, that fish has been around there for a while. 260, 360, 422. That would do. That would definitely. Let me see. Let me get up there again. And I might get that looking a bit better. I don't want to come across with the other piece because it fades in the rain, and I don't want that. And then that will give me the same problem again with a roof system. So what about something like this? What are we, 95 health? Come on. It might work. Let me see. Ah, what a pity. Not exactly. Interesting. Don't fall. Nah, it's just raising too high. Yeah, because of that stupid one there. But we definitely get the hang on here for a moment. definitely want the corner piece in anyway, no matter what way this goes. Oh, Croc, don't fall. You see, I've got to jump, and that can be nasty. I don't think there's anything we can do on this one, is there? Probably not. We go this way. Okay. That's not really gonna cut it. Wonder could it work? No, I could never get them to work on that. You could do this, it's just as bad. You'd have to put in that stupid... Oh, I see. Yeah, but there's not much we can do about that, the half center from that. I wonder. To do this correctly, you would have to come right out to the edge, guys, on another half piece. But where would that leave us then? Let's say with this in the center, it will really mess it up. You can't really work half pieces on this. So you're talking about 4, and 4 is too much. Let me just have a look for a moment. It will be a bit high. Okay, let's have a look at this. I am not happy with this. But I do have a plan. I don't know if it will work, but what are these pieces? Oh yeah. Yeah, it would have to be 3. Well, we could leave those, I suppose. Yeah, we'd have to come up quite high. I don't think we could avoid that one. once I figure this out, you know, the other three on the corners will go quickly. I just want the best design for this, you know. I think this might work. I hate the way it does that, but what can we do? Oh, hang on. Yeah. I have a plan. Here, let's go with a full one. Come on. Alright. Now we get that half one out. I want the half one, wasn't it? Yeah. There. Now. This will go up a lot more. I want to get that right there. Maybe not gonna work. Well, what about this? I think it will be a half decent look. Yeah, that's what I want. We need to break it a bit. It still annoys me, the little corner pieces. See, we're never going to use the down ones on this. Way too steep. Where are they anyway? These guys here. I wonder if I use the 45, will it be enough? You know what is the A? Wouldn't be too much. What did I have a look? Oh, game changer. There's the 45 that's doing it, guys. This might work. This might work. The problem with that, we'd have to... Yeah, okay. Okay. Definitely worth a look. I wonder with the 45s, the glitch on the side. Oh, you see, those ones are kind of exposed now. You see, that's the problem with that one. With that little plan, but just want to have a little look into anyway, regardless. I kind of like the way they look. Now, let me see. I don't think this would work. You would need them to snap, you know? Nah, I didn't think so. Okay, there's one. Oh, we are in luck, guys. We are in a lot of luck. That will keep them from rotting as well. That is not bad at all. Alright, let me just tidy this up. I know we don't have to put this back on, but still. This might work. We needed something a little different as well, didn't we? I'm wondering if I'll keep the center one here. I wonder, could you do it from the back? Yeah, it's a big ask, isn't it? But it looks kind of decent. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a shot. Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah, just like the other side as well. You know, keep them consistent from the middle. Get that guy in. Don't fall. Ah, it's going to be a killer, isn't it? The angle is all wrong. I need to be facing it. If I go too close to the edge, I'm dead. That's such a shame. Yeah, we need to be back out. Oh. Oh. There's one. Come on. There you go, there's two. Another guy's on the other end. Just one more, isn't it? Here, let me just fill this in on the top because I know I'm gonna fall. There. Now, that still needs a roof, or everything will get wet. But we need some daylight. Too hard on my eyes. I know it took a bit of time, but you know, when we get to the next one, we know exactly what we want. we see what it looks like as well. Can't really see it, to be honest. No, okay. Let's sleep till morning. But we'll have to do. That's as decent, I think, as we're gonna get it. Oh, raining again. Oh my god. Oh. Raining again. There. Now there's only one way to go with this. I'm surprised I got the 45s to... I've never liked to look on the edges. You see this? So I think we could probably get this in, could we? I like it. Yeah, I like it. I think that would work. Oh yeah, just die. I don't know how I'm getting this piece on. Oh goodness. We're too high up. And these pieces are just too small to be walking out on. Oh, scary. Now let's see. Gotcha. That's it, guys. That's perfect. Now there's that little thing on the side. You see it? I can get that from the outside. We'll go with a kind of classic piece. Good night, Tag. No problem. And thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's after 6 a.m. I'll be going shortly, I think, myself, within the next hour. But this has definitely kept me interested. And thanks again for hanging out. I hope you have a great day. Stay safe, Derek. Bye. Excuse me. That would work. I think that would solve our little problem. Yeah, it doesn't look too bad. It's as low as we could get it within reason. Oh, we forgot to put in this stupid 45s. Or did we leave them open? Yeah, we forgot to put them in. Two of them were supposed to put in, wasn't it? Yeah, that was a bit stupid. Okay. Yeah, like this one here. We keep the beams from degrading as well, something like that. Nice. Just one more. Do this without dying. Would be nice. There we go. Now let's see that these two pieces need repair, or any of it. No, we're lucky. That's it, guys. Now, there is a small problem if we want to be perfect about this, so I'll show you. Just a tiny one. Now let's see what they're looking like. Yeah, that would work. Now there's a bit on the inside as well to sort. But that's the only way you're gonna work that one. You see that corner there? And you've got another one here. Well, that one is not too bad now with that one. I wonder nah, we couldn't do a double dragon. We wouldn't be able to push him in that far. But he could, he could come out a little bit further. We'll see what that looks like. We need fine wood. Let's go get some fine wood. That's fine wood. No. Okay, let's get some fine wood and see if it works. Oh, hi Tigger. And how have you been? Oh, nice. Nice. Oh, that's good. So, what have you been up to out from that, Tigger? So was it just a couple of days you stayed down for? Yeah, we're getting going on this new settlement. Oh, nice. Oh, spring break, yeah. Oh, that's cool. Were they over to your place, or did you go to theirs? Oh yeah, the fine wood. There it is there. 6 is not enough. Rat. Why do that stupid fine wood? I had a ton of it. There it is. Ah. There. Be gone. Oh, they all come to yours. Oh, cool. Not too bad. Not too bad. Still finding it very, very hard to sleep. Unless I, keep going till I get to a standstill. The usual, really. I wonder, can I do it from down here? It might be a bit high up. Whoops, do not do that. Okay. See if we can get you from here. It's a bit high, but... Now this would stick out a bit more than the other one. So I could rack it from the inside and we could get it at the same level, which would be nice, but if this... If we get this out, maybe and have a look at it and see what it's like and a little bit further. Oh, sugar. I almost had it. Yeah, you want to be up to the same level as this to get these snaps. Sleep is a tough one, isn't it? Yeah, this is just our second day. But getting my hands on the stone cutter has changed this a lot. Oh. This is a strange, strange building system. Almost had it. There. Yeah, I like that. It's out a little bit further. Let me see. Yeah. That would work, guys. That would work. We'd have one of these in each corner. Now, we're going to do something with the inside. I have plans on this. Well, we're going double with a wall, so we could do those little small doors as a kind of shutters so we can open and shoot from. I don't know what way it would look if we closed it up that much. But let's find out. There. That would work. Let's have a quick look. Now there's a bit of repair because we didn't have any roof up. That's when we were doing this, so let's see what needs repair. All of it, probably. Yeah. Okay, that's that end of it. Let's check this. Oh, we got rid of these for a moment. Yeah, I mean, did a lot of damage, didn't it? Lot of damage. Once we have the roof off, we don't have to do this again. It's 9. Nice. He says he doesn't have 1 kid. Is there too much work? Wow. He's got a head start then, hasn't he? Too much work must be probably the understatement of the century. He's probably heard someone saying that, I'd say. It goes to show you that kids know that, and they listen to everything, don't they? Okay, that's a repair. Oh, hang on. No, that's a repair. Can't believe I missed that one. There. Craft. Building. This guy will just replace this for a moment. See where the stone is coming through this here. Now, what about this? No, not that one. I see we've got not enough stone just on this side. Well, you well know we put it on both sides. This is way too wide anyway. This will work out for what I have planned, I think. And give that a little bit of stone look on the inside. Okay. Of course, I'm carrying too much. Get rid of the core wood. Get rid of the fine wood. That would do it. That would do it. This is just our outer wall sticker. This is going to be huge. Yep. Almost, well, pretty decent sized village, I'd say. I always said I wanted 2 kids and no husband. I doubled up on the kids and I had 4. Still no husband. You're better off. Marriage is no picnic. Oh, hi Das. You have, Tigger. How have you been, Das? I hope you've been well. And how have you been keeping? Oh, don't fall. Now let's have a look at this. I'm going to show you what I want for this little guy. Aha. Okay. We just leave it there for a second on that one. And this is what I was thinking here. Well, first of all, we go with a little classic here. Here, now that it's covered, we won't have to be repairing those when it rains. And then I was thinking doing this. Okay, one moment. Let's get rid of you. And then these 2. And then using these small guys here. Ah. Now there's a fly in the ointment, isn't it? Yes. Well, we can forget about the stone. We don't have to use the stone. I'd probably prefer to go to wood anyway. Oh, that's good there. Not too bad. Just a little tired as always, but pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, we need to rest anyway. And we need repairs. Okay, we'll cancel that one. But I'll still fill this over. I think it's best we go to wood anyway. It's a pity it doesn't snap maybe to the center instead of the bottom of those pieces. It tends to snap to the bottom, keeping it down to the same level. Oh, we'll find a way around it. I have been offline for a few weeks. Yeah, I was thinking. Needed a rest from gaming and online. Oh, definitely, yeah. Sometimes it's best to get a rest. There. Why, it's gotten very quiet. Except for the deers, obviously. Oh, my back. Yeah, sometimes, you know, stuff can get too much. Excuse the wood now we're interested in again. Core, fine wood. Wood. Nice. And what have we got here? Fine wood. Yeah, okay, this should be enough wood for a moment. Let's see if we can get some light. Okay, small change of plan on this then. Ah, okay. Yeah, we can't get this to... Pity, it snaps downwards. Oh, sugar. Let's fix that now. Okay. Okay, we're going like this then. And then we come along with these. Oh, the halves. Okay, the half. Okay, me bad. Can we start from there? And then there. Now. Oh, I see. Yeah, a little corner piece thing. Yeah, I suppose I could. We could do something like this. Nah. Okay. That's pretty strange, guys. What's going on there? Oh. Oh, I forgot to fix the stupid hammer. The view is beautiful, isn't it? Unbelievable. It did for me. Nice. Also, when I play too much, it gets my wrist, actually. My left wrist. Oh. Mine is more like pins and needles, but that's it's a neck injury. Yeah. So got my feeling back after 2 weeks. Ah, cool. Yeah, you want to be careful with that, but what can we do, huh? Yeah, the view is pretty nice. There's a couple of ways I can fill this in as well. I don't mind the open look. But, I'm going to start in the beams in a moment. I don't have a lot of stuff just for what I'm working with, but, you know, I think we can do this here. I'm wondering what's going on with this. Oh, the hammer. Always something with this guy. He's one needy Viking. He was sent here to kill some guys, and now he's building himself a fortress. Probably age. Yeah, probably. Oh, the hammer. We've got plenty of wood. We have we? Yeah, we've got enough. It's the hammer we need to fix. I'll do the dock area later. There. I meant to do that when I came down a moment ago. I'll have to put a workbench inside as well. If we can get a certain look on this, it'll go pretty quickly then when I want to do it, once I know exactly what I want. It's going to be one biggie. It's going to take a lot of materials, but it's going to be fun, isn't it? No. I do as well sometimes, but rarely. You'll get to a certain age where, you know, you can't even do that. Forget your age. Now let me get something to drink. You're still pretty young yet, Daz. You know? You're in your prime. Oh, 49. Oh, sorry. I thought you were in your 30s. Oh. Oh, that's different. Yeah. Well, for me anyway, once I hit 40, and the problem started. Minor at first. Sorry, I must have mistaken your age with someone else's. I thought you were around 36. 49. My. I feel time going. Yeah, you're not exactly the spring chicken anymore. Oh, it's this thing here. What's... Ah, there it is. Bit of a missnap. Right. There, we're back on track. Now, I'll do that with each of these probably. Get them centered. Yeah, that wouldn't be much of an issue. We just go in with that as our... I don't like it. No, just in the corners. Now, this could be another option as well, guys. Here. I know it's going to take a bit of wood, but that's one thing there's no shortage of in the game. But we'd have to double this, I'd say. I think this would work. Well, would have to because it's too close to the edge, you know, to leave a 4-piece in. It's killing my view, isn't it? Yeah, it is kind of killing the view. Okay, there's another thing I can do. No, what about this? Ah, come on. I'm not so sure about that one. Never liked the way they lap. Could have that look. That ain't too bad. And then we'd go maybe with something like that. Yeah, I kind of like that. That ain't half bad. That ain't half bad. I won't go with the X there. I want to be able to get some kind of view. You could do the same on each 3-piece one, or you could do something. No, definitely not. Let me see. These are the larger ones. Well, the only way you could work those ones would be either that way. Okay, that's not bad either, guys, to be honest. It all depends on how it looks. Oh, sugar. There. It's a nice tight fit, isn't it? Without the beams, you know. Now let's see. If the beams went in. To be honest, going with these is a better one. We'll have a look from the outside. It fills in the beam from the side. Ah, both of them are pretty decent. Let's have a look. Hard to know, isn't it? Hard to know. So what do you think, guys? We'll call that one A. And we'll call that one B. It's pretty dark on this side, it's hard to see. Yeah, you can't really see it. Let me see, we can have a look on this side. Two pieces I can work with. Yeah, there's another one. We'll fill in the other one the other way and then we'll look. That'll be the best way. But the sun has been shining for 2 days now. Yeah, it has, hasn't it? 15, yeah, it's almost summer. Oh, I had over 80 degree, over 80 humidity, over 80% humidity earlier this morning when I started. No problem, lass, no problem. Okay, let's have a look at the other one. Alright, there's not much more I can do with these other pieces I have, but I think they're good enough. I do want to use the other ones, and then we just have a look in comparison. And then we'll decide which ones we'll go with. Now let's see. Well, both of them are pretty decent, to be honest. It's all down to the pillars on the side, you know, that we want to, oh, we can get that fishy. There we go. Yeah, it's this one here, the more triangle one, because once we fit it on the other side, you know, I'll show you what I mean, but it's definitely this one here. And I'll show you what I mean. I have to get the junk from the roof as well. You see what I mean? You see this part here? Oh, fishies. Almost got killed over that stupid fishy. There. Yeah. That's the one. I think that would work. I remember that will be going all the way around, so what I might do as well is when I'm putting the rest of the roof in, you know, just go with the two. You see the two pieces coming down? Or maybe changing, alternating them. But you can't really alternate them because of the, you know, the beam. Well, that looks okay. Yeah, by right you'd want to put something along here, but the corner piece has been killing me. And I'll have a look at it later and see if I can force a piece in. You know, that's something I'll definitely look at later. Okay, I'll quickly finish just this corner, and that's all the woodwork we're doing. We better get back to clearing this space. There's still a lot of work to do on this. Just needed to work out, you know, what kind of look I was going to have on this. We shouldn't be too long on this. Yeah, we'll leave it like that for a moment. I wonder, let's just go in with a half and get it over with. Yeah, won't make a difference. Turn the other way anyway. I'll make a ton of difference. Except for these, I'll have to keep these ones full. Okay. Now, what about the shutter here, guys? This would be interesting. Well, it's not exactly a shutter, but not bad. Yeah, let's put them in and we'll see. Okay, we want them all coming in towards the corner. There's going to be a huge opening here for a dock. So, yeah, okay. I'll get that working in that way. See, I think the problem with doing this, it might show on the outside a bit. It's showing already here, isn't it? Oh, not so much there. Why is it showing there? Oh, the two pieces here. That's showing a bit. Oh, there's no roof. Yeah, that's why. There's no roof. Okay, can't really see it in this light. Let's get out of here. It gets dark pretty quick in this game, doesn't it? I'll get those pigs in a moment so we can have a kind of boar farm going. But I'll have to wait till I do a lot on this and then take them in before I close up the walls. Before I close up this one, actually. I was playing Fallout 4 nice before my break and watched to do the submarine quest with that Chinese guy. Yeah, want to talk to Dolly in Goodnever, yeah. But I had the push mod on and pushed him out into the sea, and oh my god, that's a good one. Someone was reloading, were they? Oh, that's priceless. That's absolutely priceless. So the submarine captain drowned. He couldn't swim. Yeah, that quest was definitely not ready for the push mode. Oh, the kid! Oh, it's even worse, that. You pushed the kid in. Oh my god. How could you? Oh my. Oh, that I would definitely like to see. Oh, that's really cheered me up. Sure it was. I've had so many of those mistakes. Tell the truth, you wanted to see if he could swim. Apparently he could not. There's not much woodwork on that. Just a corner I'm doing till I have most of the walls up. Be a handy place to store weapons and armor. Oh, there'll be so much storage space up there. Crazy amount of storage space. Although I wouldn't like to be running along the walls when I finish looking for stuff. I'll build a warehouse. But you see this here? It will at least be 3 times longer than that. And the same on this side. And this is going to be massive. I wonder how much this game can really take. But, you know, what we're building up on walls, we're taking out a much more. So, if they do the same kind of house system as Fallout, yeah, you know, if it works out that way, I think we'd definitely get away with it. Perhaps. No, but kids, no, they can't be killed. But apparently, they can be pushed into the sea. You didn't kill him. Yeah, the sea killed him. Probably. I'd say sleeping with the fishes. Okay, we'll give it a minute and I'm getting a little bit more light. He was mid-sentence, that's even worse. Oh, goodness. But I remember it was a bug with stupid McCready when he went to that place where you do his personal quest. He wouldn't go into the room to turn on the computer. There was no push mod. But I tried everything. But eventually, I managed to body check him into the room. But once I got him in so far, he eventually went in the computer. It's like his AI padding went sideways and he just stood there. Hello, Tubbs. Come on, there's a good doggo. Where is my doggo? How's my doggo been? Did you have a good sleep? Yeah? Oh, that's a good doggo. I think I'll sell that doggo. Yeah. Swap him for a chocolate bar. Yeah, you as well, Rex. Choco bar. Yeah, choco bar. Yeah, it's a good dog. Yeah, it's a good dog. Yeah, these guys are finally awake. Who stole my toast this morning? I left some toast just beside me here, and just turned my back for a moment. The toast went missing, and suspiciously Toby was missing as well, weren't you? Yeah? Someone stole my toast. Yeah, someone stole my toast. Wasn't you, no? No, of course it wasn't you. Somebody else, another bad doggo. You are a little sucky. You're a sucky baby. You are. Go on then, quick. Let me finish my game. Yeah. Then we go for a walk. Yeah, for a walk. I never finished the quest mod I was playing. The characters were just too unlikable. Yeah, I get that with some of the quests. Too boring. But that's what I found in Oblivion. The characters were never boring. You know, let's say if it's a game you're playing for the first time, you start a quest, you never really know, you know, lots of quests is just go, kill him, we'll give you some money and we'll give you some weapons, kind of stuff. But one in particular, well, there's a couple. But no, there was one in particular stood out to me in Oblivion. You know where you meet that guy, and then you meet that guy again in another place, but they're apparently twin brothers. But you got to talk to them to get the quest. And then you clean out this old house and they fix it up. You kill the orcs. Yeah, I really like that quest. And psychopathic. Yeah, Oblivion was awesome. Imagine a remake on Oblivion. Let's say they spruced up the quests. Leave the old ones. Add a good few new ones. Give it decent graphics. I'd definitely be a customer for that. But I never seem to remaster or remake properly really good classics. Always the junk. Mm, 50 timber is not going to go far on this. This stupid core wood and fine wood. Yeah, let's dump this here as well now and free up for some more. I'll probably go sourcing later today, taking out some of the dead wood from the forests here. I'll take out that junk later as well. Oh, come on, this guy has no stamina. He's a little bit like me. Now, what's that? 393, 25, I'd say. It should just get me under, yep. There, we're off. Now we should have plenty of wood. And then some to finish. No, definitely not. I've always gone the good guy route. Yeah, me too. A sidekick and you did all the work. Just like real life then, isn't it? I like your boss taking all the credit for something. Now let me get this something to drink here. We'll get this finished anyway. That's better. Happens all the time. Well, the worst is when the boss gives a family member or some crony a job, and then, you know, before you know it, he's running the show quite badly. That's a classic, alright. Now, okay. Okay, what's happening there? That's missnapped. Where? Oh, there's no snap for the half piece, but we can do it this way and I will snap to this guy. Hmm. I see, we're gonna have to do something a little different on those corners. I'll look at that a little later. Okay, time to sack that for a little moment. We'll put it back here in the corner. Out of the way. Out of sight, out of mind. One mission, you have to kill some raiders. And the main character choose to burn them to death. Oh my god. And you stand there listening to them dying for minutes while she tells jokes. Unbelievable. Now, the corner piece is going to be an issue again as usual. Well, let's see if we can get around that. Yeah, that's right. Now, you see what I mean about the corner piece? Well, there's only one surefire way of dealing with this, to be honest. We would put this in, and then we would go with this. So, which means we'd have to do something very, very similar there. And then, anything else, maybe we could work with this. Possibly, we could come out on the side. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I wonder. Yeah, okay. What about this? Yeah, pretty decent. If that's the case, then we'll have to get rid of these. You know, and carry on from the edge. Going with both ones coming down. Yeah, there will be no other choice. Well, actually, these will have to be singles. You know, keeping with the with the look. There. Oh, and that one as well. Oh, come on. And there we go with these. Yeah, and then when the roof piece comes in, it hides the edges. But that's just me. I don't judge people who like to do these kinds of things in games. It's just it's just a game. Just a game. Ah. Okay, so far so good. It is kind of slippering over, isn't it? Not much we can do then, I suppose. You know, if we do that, I hate the way that looks. Really do. Okay. Oh, hang on, hold it for a second. Just one moment. It's gonna have to be that way. Because of that stupid thing there. And then we have this to deal with. And that will be just like that. You know. That's the... We can't do it there because of the windows. We can do it here. Okay. Is this one or is... Oh no, it's the other one. Okay. Yeah, just on this we get away with it. Inside and outside corners. That's not bad. What happened there? Oh, look at that. Did you see that? Oh, that bird. Oh my god, did you see that bird? I was up so high. I was in his pathway. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to go that way. No choice, really. Okay, we nearly have the woodwork done in this corner. And then I'll leave it till I've got most of the settlement cleaned out, you know. Just wanted to see what it was gonna look like. Kinda look like. Yeah. That works for me. I'm not so sure about that corner piece now. I'll see what I can do with that later. Just this one here. Before it gets too dark. Oh, no wood. Oh, we got rid of that wood quite quick, didn't we? I think I might have to put 2 on that. Ugh. I need a ton of lighting eventually, I'd say. I have a ton of copper anyway. Oh, my back, let me stand up for a moment. Oh my. No, let me see. You see, now that that's done, what I might do, because I'll have to get rid of this anyway, scrap all this and... Oh no, the fire. Yeah, the fire would be a problem. Nah, I'll have to do for a while. I'll eventually have to move it, it's kinda in the way. Yeah, the corners proved to be nasty, didn't they? But they're doable. Look, it is only 3 more. Aye, good day, mate. How goes the Viking life? Oh, hi, I'm very laggy. Pretty good, pretty good. And how have you been? I have to go and buy some food. See you later and stay safe. Maybe back later if you're still streaming. And thanks for stopping by. I hope you have a great day. And you too. Stay safe, Taz. And have a good one. Yeah, I might stay on a little bit longer, but I've been tired for quite some time. So, what have you been up to, Laggy? Yeah, and have a good day, Daz. This is going to be mega big. The name seems familiar. I think I've been here before, but can't put my finger on it. Yeah, I think you were because you didn't come up as first time chatter. So, I think so, yeah. The very laggy thing, that kind of rings a bell. But it would have been a while ago. You're talking about me playing Fallout 4. Yeah. I think you were on when I was playing Fallout 4. So, how have you been? We're doing, well, I've only been playing this since its release on Xbox, so I'm still a big newbie on this. But I've been practicing a bit, you know, with the stone walls and that. But I found defense is a big thing in this game. Yes, that's me. Fallout 4, yeah. So I'm trying my hand at this. It's been a long time since I found a game like this that I can, you know, really get into. This is, oh, it's pretty decent, you know. Here you just can't build straight up. You have to have special materials and, you know, structural integrity, and my god, there's a lot in this game. Almost too much to mention. There's no real quests per se, you know. But a lot of building, a lot of grinding, a lot of collecting. Takes all of my boxes. The first several days in the game, actually, I'm looking forward to playing around with the building. Yeah, it's pretty decent. But the stone cutter is the game changer on this. But I got it apparently long before I should have. I've only beaten the first boss and have done very little in the game, you know, except building. I changed seeds because I didn't like the settlement I was working on. There was some problems. I didn't understand how they kind of worked out how much you could dig. I thought it was a set level, let's say from sea level, but no. Depending on the piece of ground from bit to bit. So you could start off a trench, maybe 6 meters, and then once you move out a bit, it will force you to go up and ruin the trench and ruin the whole build. So I decided to go with this one for a change. This will be like a small village. But I'm impressed at how much the game can handle. But then, because there's no quests and no real NPCs, you know what I mean? It would handle a lot. Oh, it takes a while. Laggy, it does. How do I make... No, you've got to beat the first boss. Laggy. Yeah, once you beat the first boss, you'll get hard bone. Hard antler or something it's called. And then you can make your first pickaxe. Yeah, you gotta get rid of the boss. You're on sticks and stones until that. But what I would say is make yourself a crude bow. You could even take out a troll with enough shots. Make yourself some fire arrows. They're pretty easy. Wood and resin. I think wood, resin and something else. No, I think it's just wood and resin. Yeah. Oh, definitely, yeah. You just offer them 3 deer trophies. To get the deer, you're wasting your time chasing, especially with the type of stamina you'd be getting from the berries and that. So, yeah, crude bow. There's a massive drop. So, depending on your distance, you'll get used to it. And it pulls, I've noticed it pulls to the left. So, let's say if I was aiming, I'm here, let's say I'm aiming for that piece of wood from here, which is quite close. Well, you won't get that close to a deer. But the best shot to take would be from about there. You see that workbench? So if I was using the crude bow, it would be something like... something like that. There. You'd probably land a center shot on that. But before you take on that boss, he's not that hard, but still. Fully upgrade that leather armor. I didn't use a bow much now, to be honest, but it's handy. But I killed him with a flint axe. Fully upgraded as well. So take your time in the game. Do a little bit of exploring. Don't go too far. Don't ever get caught out at night. Make sure and get back to your settlement. Go about a half day out and then you can return. Or if you do get caught, build a fire as quickly as possible. Keep plenty of firearms. Carry at least 50. When you meet a troll with crude bow, depending, it'll take anywhere from maybe 20 to maybe even sometimes 35 arrows, so keep about 50. That will be your first big challenge, a troll. But I'm only able to deal with them with a bow so far, to be honest. I haven't got into that parrying thing. Anyway, I don't think it will stop much. Oh yeah, we're finishing this one, guys. We've got wood. We have, and I'll have a look at that in a moment and see if I could. Well, we can't stop the windows. It didn't really make a difference here because inside and outside corners. What were we doing? Oh, this guy here. Oh yeah, we have to change this one. Silly of me. We decided on the other ones. Yeah, we decided this was a better look. Okay, we're moving this stupid workbench again. I will leave you down here out of the way. You should be good. Yeah, we're going with it slightly different. We decided against that guy. Okay, whatever we scrapped. Oh my god, it wasn't the right one. What did we scrap? I hate the way that piece comes up instead. Now we're gonna die shortly, we don't need something. What did I scrap? Tell me it wasn't a dragon. Oh, lucky. What did I scrap? Huh. Oh, I can't see it. There's probably a top panel or something. Well, the dragons are okay. They were nasty to fit. We're not too bad then. And thanks for following, Laggy. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Definitely, you want to be carrying a bow at all times. Especially when it deers. To be honest, I even think the game uses the wind mechanic, when you're downwind of deer. I've noticed sometimes I can get reasonably close. And other times, they see me coming a mile away, even from behind. But you see the way this, you see the things moving in the breeze. You see that there? And sometimes you get those little streaks. All wind direction. Pretty complicated game. Oh, no problem, Lucky. I wonder what I scrapped. I'll have a look later anyway. To be honest, I want to get rid of this one for a while so I can see what I'm doing. And then I'll re-look at these corners. There. I wonder what I scrapped. Now I'll just get this one in. Here. Like so. There. I'll give it some kind of look. Not much left now before we have this done, and then I should be good. Oh, sugar. I just get those ones. There you go. Now let's get these pieces in. Ah, you little... I hate it when it does that. There. And these guys. Well, that's all we can do with the woodwork. I'll have to re-look at this corner. It's a little bit more complicated because it's an outside one. I think that would be okay at that. We could put some decoration or something here eventually. Oh, hang on. What are we doing? Moving in towards that? These I will definitely have to look at so I don't... By right you'd want them here. But that's a bit iffy, isn't it? I'll look at them later. I'll leave them on the outside for a while. They would make some, they're doors, but they make some decent shutters. Okay, that's wrong. Croc, you're not with it tonight. At all. Or today, I should say. There it is. And now one more door. There. Now let's have a look. Oh, we can open those to see out. Let's open them. There are big doors. I've still got the smaller thingies here. I'll have a look at them later as well. Well, that's not bad. I'll have to carry another roof on later. I wouldn't mind getting a bottom trim, but it annoys me the way the piece ends here. You know, I managed to hide it there with this dragon. I got lucky and managed to glitch it in. It'll be harder to get the other ones in. That was kind of lucky. Well, that's not bad. You know, the roof will be carrying on straight. Don't know about doing this on every piece, but do you know what? I'm kind of tempted. You know, to kind of open it up like that. I'll get those pieces out later. It'll be just a matter of using the other ones. I actually might. I think leaving it as a centerpiece instead would be much better than leaving it exactly like that. You know, just having them at each corner. The doors I'll look at later again. The other ones, not so sure. Those ones look okay. Yeah, still a lot to do on this, Slaggy. Tons to do on this. Eat. Oh. Yeah, 56. Oh, it's not bad. If I fall from there anyway, I'm pretty much dead. And how have you been, Kitsune? Yeah, that's not bad. I'll finish the walls later. You know, and grass this over coming in here, but there's still a lot of digging to do. So I kind of postponed all that to get, you know, this going right on the walls as well. Well, that will be going all the way around. It's gonna be big. Good, yeah? Pretty good, Kitsune. I hope you've been well. And how's life been treating you? My back is kind of killing me, but that's pretty normal. My God, I've got a lot of digging to do on this. Took me 5 hours to find something that, you know, wasn't too high in places, so I could dig it out properly. The last thing you want to do is, you know, dig out a large area, spend days, and then once you get to one corner, you know, you've reached your limit and it won't go down, depending on how high this is. But what I want to be doing now is, before I go any further, I need to be taking this out. You know, just to make sure. But I think we're just under the level. Hoping we are. Life is life. It is, isn't it? Yeah. But otherwise, fine. That's good. Okay, I'll do a little bit of digging. Oh, I don't think I've done much of it. I'll come on later today if I have time and, you know, start closing in the walls, but this will be about 3 times that length going that way and that way. So a pretty large square. And then I'll build back about, well, seeing as the space we have, I could go up to within 8 meters if I wanted to. We're close enough to sea level to dig a nice little stream on this one as well. Maybe a pond. And I don't intend to leave these like this. Oh yeah, I want to check something now. Let's see where I put it. I want to see what, I want to check it on this because I'm going to be getting rid of that. Where's that cultivator? Once I finish this section, I'll do it properly, so I won't have to go back over it. Where's that content? There you are. Yeah, this Viking loves to jump. Now, that's the look we get, which was a really good one. Oh, no, I think it's too bright, too colourful. Now, this is the same here, so let's do a test on this. Lily pads, yeah, exactly. So, we could get a look like that. You know, darken it down and give it a natural stone look. I think that's the way I'll be going. Which I think is a way better look than a kind of natural stone. Yeah, let's give it a little look for a moment. Ah, stupid grass. Now I didn't think about that. That's going to be a serious problem for me. That might mean me chipping, you know, if I used the cultivate one, that wouldn't spread out the edges. Yeah, I think I'd get away with it. Let's give it a try. Yeah, I think the cultivate one would work. Getting to it though from the side, I've done a lot of woodwork on this. Cultivate, come on you cultivator. Yeah, that will get rid of the grass. When we're up high, I don't think it will affect the grass. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that would work. That would work. Anyway, the way I've built the box system here, I think if there is any grass, it would hide it. Ones that are edible or can be used in manufacture. Oh, I've never got them yet. No, I've never got them yet. Which biome would they be in, Kit? Not in the Black Forest anyway. Probably where, in a mountain area? Yeah. I haven't been strong enough to venture in there yet. This is a new seed. That's all I've done. You know, just a shoreline. So I kind of moved my stuff here. Very first playthrough. Yeah. I've only been playing it since it was released on Xbox. I've seen my friends play it, let's say, when I raid them on PC, the likes of Corn and that. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this game. This is why I'm taking my time. But when you see me taking my time like this, I really like a game, you know? And this one I really like. It's got everything I like. It's got everything I like. So what I've been doing is trying to familiarize myself with the building. Learning the hard way, I think, is the best way. And I've got plans for this one. There's nothing really special out from the certain height levels here. It's not bad. We've got a good view of the tree, for what it's worth. And of course, this was a main priority as well for my dock. Very easy sail out, you know. Yeah. It should work out. I picked a location so I could dig it properly. I got caught on one before. The ground started to move upwards and I couldn't get it down until I realized that, you know, the allowance we have for digging down or moving up, it's not set at a level that's entirely, you know, throughout all of the map. Depends on the place you are. And when I say the place you are, I mean, let's say you're doing a big settlement from here to the end of that rock. So that rock is a different level, let's say, than here. Let's say this was the original ground level. So you started here and you dug, let's say the allowance is 6 meters. You dug a 6 meter trench. Then when you get down to here, after doing a lot on your settlement, the trench starts to go up, maybe even up to 2 meters. And then that ruins the whole thing. Yeah, it does. Yeah. So, let's say if this piece is a meter, and then right this close there's 2 meters, that means you have, if the allowance was 6, you could go, let's say 6 from here, but only 5 from the other one. Yeah. This would be like a small village. But I have some plans. The stone was a changer for me. I can do the foundations. I'll still be using a lot of wood. I have some plans for that. But I didn't even take the second boss yet. I got lucky with 2 pieces of metal. 2 oozers I killed just around the edges of the swamp. Barely killed them actually. Lucky I had the poison resistant stuff. But both of them dropped 1 piece of metal. What I do is usually when I get a new material, you know, like say when I made bronze, a lot of other building stuff came up. So the second it came up, let's say I had to sail back. I almost got killed in a storm with the 2 pieces of metal. But I did it especially for those 2. But once I got them into ingots, all this new stuff showed up. And one of them was a grinding wheel. So I said, okay, yeah, I don't need it, but we'll see. I didn't even know what it's for. But the second I built the grinding wheel, I got the option for the stone cutter. You know, so I could use stone. So that was a big game changer, really. You know, being able to use stone. And it's not just the height. You don't get a lot more than core wood, to be honest. But it's the aesthetic of it, you know. This is an old shack that was here when I came. I've been using it. Yeah, I'll get the end of the hour out if I can. Keep my eyes open. Oh, I really want to kill those stairs, but I haven't got time. It's not a bad look. Yeah, they've been spawning there. I really need to start digging this to make sure I don't get caught. You know what I mean? And if I do, I can blend down, change my size build and go in that direction as well. But I thought I measured this out. It's a little bit higher than I expected. You know, I thought it was to about there. What you see over here? I think we should get away with it. But what I should do is dig it out before I do any more of this. And then, let's say if I get caught along here, I can move in another direction. I think we'll be okay on that side. Well, I don't want to go down that side there, that's why I'll blend this in later and put some grass on it. But I'll make sure I get my walls up. Now we'll just wait for a little bit of light. I always find this very hard on my eyes. Oh, come on. It's a pity there wasn't NPCs on this paper chrysalis. You know, that you could kind of get to live in your settlement. Just to give it that kind of I'm not alone kind of thing. Hi Andy, and how have you been? And sorry, I forgot to mention you were on last time. Yeah, thanks for... I'm assuming you recommended me for that raid. Thanks for bringing your friends over. I appreciate it. And how have you been, Andy? And what have you been up to? But I've got a bit done on this. I was practicing earlier with these earth wall things, but I think I figured it out. So we'll just be going with this. I think I'm gonna hit it with the cultivator, you know, so we get that kind of old stone look. So you can see the way I'm going on this. And I'll dig that out a little better along here, so you know we can get it right up to the edge. Get rid of this one later. A piece of wood I forgot to get. But I just wanted to do the corner to see where I'm going. To make good settlements. Love to see them in the actual game is full of, yeah, NPCs. It wouldn't have to be much, just to hang around the settlement. You know, even if it was very minimum dialogue. Just so it's not so lonely. I'm so used to playing with NPCs. I'm a little hobbled. Oh, I hope you managed to get a good rest, Andy. So that's what's been going. That's what we've been doing. It's not too bad. The stone can glitch a lot. So I pushed the dragon in an extra meter on the bottom to hide the piece that I always hate that gets exposed. There. And this one I've let out at full length to this, so they're on different. I think it works. They'll just be on the corners. You know, that's as high as it will be here. This one I had to lift up because of the blend from the two sides. So one of these on each corner. To be honest, the other corner will be somewhere probably down there past the shack. It's going to be huge. We'll open up the front for a dock. And I'll have double kind of stone stairs coming up each side of the entrance. But I'll be doing brick here. Mostly, let's say. Hopefully. But I might have to go with core wood to give it a dark look maybe, you know? Oh yes, they were very nice. Oh, you play with them regularly. Cool. Yeah, kind of something like that, you know. Let's say you could get them to forage, or they could be of some help. No, get them to pick your crops. Yeah, and plant them. But that might be a bit much for the game. I could see that bug out. But that would be cool. So you wouldn't have to do all the gardening and stuff. Maybe you go on a little quest to rescue them or something. And then you can bring them in, you know. Even if it was just a couple. So that's what we've been doing, Andy. Have you been playing any games lately? Have you been a bit busy? Now let's start chopping on this before, you know, so I'll make sure that you know, we don't get caught like we did the last time. I'm not the greatest at this now, you know, keeping levels to the ground. I tend to go over it later. Very hard to see anyway sometimes when it gets kind of darkish. There's a lot of digging on this. Tons of digging. I did beat... oh, nice. Cool. No, I just got the first boss. But with the other seed, Andy, you seen how far he was away? Ridiculous. On the outer rim. Literally on the outer rim. All 3 locations. I'm hoping this seed is a bit better, but it doesn't matter too much now. The settlement location is the most important to me. And that will do for a moment. I'm just here to get rid of this junk. Okay, I want to get right out. I'll show you where I want to go with this. As I said, I want this to be pretty huge. I don't think you can ever have enough room. I want to have a lot of spaces as well between stuff. Give it that kind of village look. So I want to break right out onto here. So I'm hoping to get this up to about maybe here, and then from here probably, well, whatever length that is, so that would bring us to about most likely to here. So pretty big. There's a lot of work on this. That unlocks some stuff nice, so I've been base expanding. Oh, that's great, isn't it? You know, when you get some new stuff and you say, oh, I should have waited, you know, till I got that one. No, not much on this. You see where I checked it out? And listen to this ending. This is crazy. I tried 10 seeds to find that place where I thought I could dig out properly. And I just did. You know, I needed it around the coast. And every single seed I played in this game, this is the shape I get. this kind of deformed butterfly. It might vary a little bit, but it's one huge island I'm stuck on, and it's always this shape. It must be an Xbox thing, because I'm talking to some other people who are playing on PC, and they've never got that. Yep. But this is a big project, but that's how I like them, you know? Something big. So I need to keep my squaring now, let's say. And to make sure we don't get stuck with that little thing again when we can't expand. I know the ground is a mess, but I'll fix it eventually. Ah, nice. Little bits and pieces I'll get in the moment. Just get it down to roughly the right level. Hopefully the hole will fix some of it. Oh, it is! Yeah, it is. It's big into exploration. Well, it's a lot of things, you know. You can kind of take your time and spend some time in doing something else sometimes, and then, yeah, but you'll be hampered if you don't explore. You're not gonna progress much if you don't explore. Not a lot of digging in this one, isn't there? I have a few minutes left yet. I have another 10. And then I'll be on 7 hours, guys. Really don't feel the time going in these kind of games. They're so engaging. Ooh. Pick as a gunner. I'll have a lot of leveling to do after. Yeah, I'm going out about 10-15 meters from the side and I'll blend that with some nice grass. I don't want them to have the kind of height, when I come in from the side. I'm really satisfied with this most recent playthrough. Nice, I'm doing lots of interesting terrain and stacked with supplies. Nice. Yeah, it's really nice when you get a good seed. But you'll mostly get really bad seeds. Always something. Some are strange. There was one seed and it was overrun with queen bees. You remember that one? Well, that was the only thing it had going for it. Well, it did have a maypole as well, but in a really horrible location. You awake slowly with laughter still ringing in your ears. Mead flows like water. I don't really need food doing this. But where's that honey? The extra stamina will come in handy. What do I do with this? That's weird. Okay. I'll have to collect some more eventually. I'll probably be on this later. Well, there's no probably. Doing them walls and trying to get a start on this groundwork. This will be a big one. We'll wait for a little bit of light. Yeah, we just have a few minutes anyway. I'll get a little bit more out. Tiny bit. I think 7 hours is good. I only did 4 last time. I was really tired, but I managed to get I won't say a good sleep, but more than usual sleep today. Now, see if I had the proper light. I'm starting to drop down too much now, you see. Oh, nice. I'm starting to get to shallow ground. Well, we're kind of working our way up, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Oh my god. We'll see what this game can take. That might be a bit low. The hole should cover most of it. I'm starting to sink down too much, I think. It's still high. Ish. It's all over the place. Close enough for a hole, I'd say. Might need a little bit of filling here and there, but out from that. Okay, that's a biggie. Ooh. It's like removing half of the game. It's a big dig. I didn't expect it to be so deep. I thought it was going to be maybe that deep. Tops deceiving. Yeah, there's a big hole there. I'll have to fill that in a moment. I'm not waiting long enough till my character moves forward, I think. I won't know really till I hit it with a hole. Oh, was quick. Well, we concentrate on... Oh, it's my time. Hang on, I'll just get rid of this junk. Definitely need to rest anyway. So, by the time I get back, I should have a good bit of this done. Just spend some time on this. You know, I might make a few changes, see what I can do. You know, trying to improve it a little bit each time. You know, let's get rid of this. And of course, I'll try and close down the wall on this side, get it over and done with. Oh, hang on, we have friends. Yeah. Didn't see the trespass sign, did I? Beauty, yeah. Aesthetic. More for aesthetic. Well, yeah, in this game you'd have no choice. You'd have to make it a practical settlement, Andy, because, you know, you'll have to do farming for food, you know, the hog farm, all of that stuff. So, on this it will be a blend. Yeah. But I would try to make it as pretty as I could, if you know what I mean. Just to kill time, really. You know, I like fixing up settlements that way, or doing something to me that's different. You know. So yeah, on this it would be a blend. Well, we definitely need a decent farm anyway. You know, this will be my main food source place. For growing and storing all that stuff. I intend to make one very large settlement in each biome. Changing it, you know, each time. I try and save those as well, but lucky so far with those. But the reason I want this so big is I want a bit of space this time between the buildings, you know what I mean? Nice pathways, that kind of stuff. I definitely want a bit of space between them. And a good few nice trees. So it's going to have to be huge. You know, it's definitely going to have to be huge. Well, the best way for me to push would be that way whenever I want to. And I go as far as I can on this side. This is going to be the big time killer. But again, this is going to make the settlement really. This here. And then once I decide on how far I'm going this way, I can measure out a center here. And I'm probably going to have to do a fair amount of digging down there. Well, the dock doesn't really have to be center, I suppose. Depends. I didn't really think of it that way. You see, I had to change this to slant in this direction because of the way the bottom map is, you know, it's kind of going in that direction. Ideally, I'd like it 2 clicks more, like something like that. But that was never going to happen. So another 2 clicks. But if you're doing trenches or doing walls, you have to go with this. You gotta go with the flow. Right, I'll save it here. And I'll get my phone ready for a raid, guys. I am absolutely pooped. That's a word I haven't used in a long time. Wrecked should be a better one. So, yeah, I'll be back tomorrow at the same time. Yes, that's going to be my port here. I intend to use kind of traditional, if I could, core wood. You know, going straight down into the water. I'll dig it out as much as I can. So, even if the greylings jump in, and they eventually come, if they're swimming, they can't do damage. So, they'll be just useless. This is why I've been digging down here. And what I was thinking about on either this, it will be either that one, but most likely, because I'm going down so far here, I want to do a little lighthouse on this. I'm not sure how it would go with the levels on this, but I could always do the whole, you know, to build it up a tiny bit. So a little lighthouse would look really super here on this rock. That's my only opportunity here. I think I'll take that one out, it's too close to the building. This will be my lighthouse, so I'll work on that, getting rid of it. Well, I might not get rid of it yet. If it doesn't work out at the very end when I'm finishing the settlement, you never know, I might find a use for it. You know, if I take it out now, there's no turning back. And I intend to cut this down here. If I can, we'll see. So it looks more like this. You see this? Of course I need to do a little bit of chipping there, but I'll do that later. That's when I was messing with the side. A little bit, so I'll do, you know, later. But yeah, I'm gonna do a large board here. And once I get my wall in, try and clean this. So we get that nice look. And then pop in my supports. It'll have to be deep enough so I swim. I know the greylings can't do damage. And I doubt a troll would bother his backside coming around here. He'd come to the side more than anything. So yeah, this will be cut here. Guys, there's a lot of cutting, there's a lot of digging on this. But I couldn't help it because of the way. You know, ideally if I came in this direction, which is the way I wanted to go. This way here. But then when you put the walls in, they follow the kind of map, the way the map is going. So I based the direction of my settlement on that, on these. I can't see anything damages on this one. Unless they can, I don't know if a troll can reach up that high. I wouldn't be surprised. Possible, I suppose, but it can only do minor damage. Oh, a port, nice. I'm even thinking of covering it. Yeah, that would be cool. You know, covered port. Here you'd have to go probably... Well, you could use brick to a certain amount on the bottom. Kind of, I suppose. But definitely the core would support, and you'd be going, well, I would anyway, because you don't have anything else to attach. You'd be probably using the X's on that, you know, those would probably work. But the harbour for me was a long way off. There's still a lot to be done on this one. But covering it would be nice, yeah. Well, you'd have to anyway to, you know, keep the timber um, from degrading, unless you were doing some kind of hardwood, but that's a bit fancy, isn't it? You know, for a dog. Okay, so yeah, get ready to raid. So thanks for stopping by, Andy. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest. I hope you have a great day tomorrow. Also Tigger and Hufflepuff and Young and Perry and Terry. Take care, guys. And thanks for stopping by. Also Suburban Werewolf. Have a good one, Wolf. And again, guys, thanks for the follows and raids. I appreciate it. And to you too, Andy. I hope you have a great day. And let's see what else is here. And of course, Kitsune. Thanks for stopping by and following. I appreciate it. And of course, Paper Chrysalis. Take care, Paper. And of course, Das. Yeah, I hope you have a good day, Das. And thanks for stopping by, Laggy, and following, and you too, Kitsune. Let me see, Das. And Tigger, we mentioned Tigger. Oh, of course, Targ. Have a good one, Targ. And my pleasure, Chrysalis. I hope you have a great day. Let me see this tag here. Oh yeah, Nicodeme. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Nicodeme. I appreciate it. And of course following. We mentioned Tag and Doobie. Yeah, have a good one, Doobie and Days. Stay safe, Days. And of course First Warrior. First Warrior's Age. Thanks for stopping by and following. And that's everyone I can see. I know I probably missed some, so if I did, sorry, my apologies. And to everyone who was watching and looking, I appreciate the support, guys. Yep, back tomorrow with more of the same. I should have a good bit of this done. I'm concentrating on digging this down in case, you know, it starts to raise up on me, and then I can plan my settlement from that. It won't be too much of a disaster because it can go in the other direction. But before I commit to where I'm putting the walls, yeah, I'll have to dig this out. You know, first things first, especially in this direction. Definitely. So, I hope each and every one of you has a great day and stays safe. So, let's see who's streaming. And then I can get some sleep. Oh, my back. Now, okay.